All right. You can hear the clicking, which means, or I can hear the clicking, which means you can hear the clicking. And I've got my quality options. Everything's tagged up properly. We are ready for some Hollow Knight tonight. So I hope you're all doing well. I made a very special effort to get get ready and be on time. I will get a little bit of. I'm not going to spend too much time on the housekeeping, but I thought I'd get a couple of just little fun details which have nothing to do with the game, and give me a chance to at least give a few people a chance to come in. Because I did get a message asking when I would be going live. Also, I kind of need to sneeze, but I don't know when the sneeze is going to happen. So if I can not do that during the stream, so much the better. But I got to play some new games over the last week. So I played Slay the Spire for the first time, and I don't know if you're supposed to get to the end, like your first try, but I did. And there's a big heart at the end, and for whatever reason, I was not strong enough to, like, take it out, and I don't know if that's supposed to, like, I don't know if there's like another condition where it's like you have to have a certain amount of power or whatever to take it through the very end. But yeah, I'd heard about it, for the longest time, and I'd had a copy for a while, but I only finally just got around to playing it, and I quite enjoyed it. It was actually the fact that apparently the developers are very fond of the game Netrunner, which used to be, so originally published by Wizards of the Coast. It was designed by Richard Garfield, who of course was much more famous for Magic the Gathering at the same company. And for whatever reason, Fantasy Flight Games got the rights for, you can tell you about that if you want. I'll tell you what, Mosquito, if there's like a story thing. Okay, here's the best way I could. I'll put it to you in the form of a question, and that way you should be able to answer it. From what you're saying, it seems to be that there is an alternative ending, and that there will be. Is it true that there is an outcome other than damaging it and like failing to destroy the thing? Because obviously it's called Slay the Spire. I'm assuming you actually get to deliver on that. So yeah, I'm guessing the question would be: is there an ending other than what I have seen? But yeah, anyways, finding out that apparently the developer, yes, there's another outcome. Cool. That's all I needed to know. I'm sure, I don't know if I'll do it on stream, but it's definitely one I'd enjoy. It's definitely one I would enjoy trying again. But yeah, so Fantasy Flight, for whatever reason, got the rights to the Nevermans. You keep missing these streams. Sorry about that. You don't need to apologize, but thank you very much for the bits nonetheless, and I'm really happy to have you here. I will actually be playing the game, but I wasn't expecting everybody to be coming in so early. I wanted to take a little bit of time to give people a minute to come in. Plus, it's fun to talk about new games. But yeah, so I finally got around to it. It was probably the fact that they were talking about Netrunner, and the fact that Wizards of the Coast took the rights back, by the way. So unfortunately, Android Netrunner is no longer an ongoing thing from Fantasy Flight Games. But I took the fact that I had a new job and a little bit of disposable income to buy the remaining 35 more bits of just you wait. So what I need to do is I need to shift around my times like 7 more times and just hope I'm the recipient is what I should do. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, so that was a fun one, especially because I'd actually picked up. So I'd started a run ages ago, and I was actually picking up that first run. So needless to say, I was a little surprised that I managed to get to the end. But I was also a little surprised that Netrunner was an influence, because the thing that's so interesting about it is the asymmetry. Like, one person plays the corporation and one person plays the hacker or the runner. And there are just 2 totally different sets of sort of goals for each of them. that was where I originally got interested in Netrunner. So that was the first of the new things that I tried. I got back into Warhammer 40k Mechanicus, which I've been enjoying through the EA Play subscription. It's quite good, actually. I took it up again, and I'm finding more to like. There's a couple of things which, sort of I stumble over a little bit, but it's a neat one. Warhammer 40k is kind of a known quantity, but I actually think that one has a very nice sort of atmosphere. And I'm not like I know, like, if you go and visit a Warhammer 40k wiki, it's just like, I really try, and like, I like reading long books, but like, even that one, when I try to read the articles, there is just so much text. Like, there's just so much that fans of that series get into. And like, I am all for that kind of engagement with stuff that you like. Like, it's really fun to go into it. Like, I've done that with coffee, I've done that with whiskey, I have done that with some subjects that I've really enjoyed studying. It's fun to just really revel in a topic, but like, just the sheer amount of stuff in the 40k universe and how people who take it so seriously is sometimes a bit much for me. But I've never really known about I think it's the Adeptus Mechanicus that are running with the or that's sort of the basis for that game, and so it's neat to see that aspect in the universe. And again, just overall, I think they do some interesting things in that game. So that was another enjoyable little discovery. And then Hardspace Shipbreaker went on sale. So that is a Canadian-developed game by Blackbird Interactive, who I believe are making Homeworld 3 and had done Homeworld Deserts of Karak. I believe it is... at least some of the people who had originally worked on Homeworld were the ones who built that company. Apparently, they were trying to buy the rights back for Homeworld, because I think what had happened was Relic had undergone I think it was as part of the THQ breakup. Relic had been sold. Of course, Relic is now part of Sega, but the Homeworld franchise was carved out and sold separately. And I believe that this group had wanted to buy it so that they could go back to working on it, and Gearbox sort of snatched it up sort of in the name of preserving the integrity of the series, and they're sort of like, okay, thanks, but like, that was our idea. Quite literally, in the sense of Homeworld being their project as well as what they were intending to do with it. So that is why I believe they are publishing Homeworld 3 through Gearbox, and Gearbox, of course, is now owned as well. I can't remember who bought them, but yeah, they are not a they're not a one-note company, so they've been working on... Hey, thank you very much for the subscription, Mosquito Controller. Or resubscription, I should say. I'll just let the Ark of the Covenant finish its thing. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Please do avail yourself of these ever so fancy emotes. There will be another one that gets added at some point, but I need to figure out what I want to add, and then I also know that there's going to be a little bit of there's going to be, I think, a little difficulty in getting it done on time. So I don't want to make promises on that one. I will work on it, but it is very much a TBD sort of an update. So. But yeah, Hardspace Shipbreaker. So that's currently an early access game, but it is currently on sale. They did a new update, I think 30% off. So it's a fairly reasonably priced game. I'm always interested in supporting and checking out Canadian stuff, and it's a little different from what I was expecting. But it is it's an interesting sort of it seems to fit this interesting little niche of You know how like there are some games which are very much about like doing a job. So if you think of something, I've not played it, but if you think of something like House Flipper, chances are if you actually had to do some basic maintenance on a building, you would not really enjoy it. And yet something like House Flipper or Unpacking or that's another example of that. Unpacking is coming out, but I did see Wallstormer, also known as Intelligame. It's either Intelligame US or Intelligame Us. They were streaming that. What's another? There's so many examples of these, and I'm totally blanking on all of them. But I think you guys know. Oh, PC Building Simulator, I think, would be another example of that. So Heartspace Shipbreaker's a bit like that. It does feel that it has a few more sort of gamey elements to it, which personally I sort of like. But there is something rather, relaxing about sort of just breaking apart the ship and trying to figure it out. I do struggle a little bit with some of the frames because I don't quite have a way of extracting all of the useful bits. And I'm a little confused as to how I'm supposed to inform myself about that. But I don't know, it's a fun one. I mean, again, it's like you don't want to understand everything right away, otherwise there's just not the same sort of challenge and fun. And then, of course, Industries of Titan. So with this new update, I have actually been spending a little bit more time. I've been spending a little bit more time kicking around, just my own play sessions and having a jolly good time of it, actually. Brace Yourself very kindly. I think it was Jared who was responsible for that one. But Brace Yourself very kindly tweeted out my very detailed factory layout, and there were some remarkably nice comments about it. And of course, I mean, it's actually been really fun to have the Brace Yourself crew visit the stream so often. So Andy Wynn was in on Wednesday. There was Maddie, Jared J. I think Matt had visited on Wednesday as well. Anyways, it's been really fun to have them sort of hang out in the stream and just kind of to be able to share the game with everybody. Thank you very much, Nevermans. Actually, that's another important point too. For those of you that like the emotes but don't want to subscribe or can't subscribe, I shouldn't say don't want to, but for whatever reason do not have a subscription, please do remember that your bits will also give you access to one of those emotes or the adjusted emote for a day. So if you want to keep using those, please do take advantage of it, because I really don't have any other special. Whoa! I didn't mean to do that. Wrong button. All right, that's fine. Oops. Oops. Wasn't paying attention to that. Well, at least I know I'm not on the Radiant difficulty. Yeah. Anyways, if you want to use the emote, there's nothing special I'm doing with the bits yet, and I will try and signal ahead of time if that's going to change. All right, let's see what we can do with the oblables. I just wanted to get myself a little familiar with the controls again. I noticed there's usually about an hour of me trying to get familiar again. Oops. I suck. So I'm hoping that this will cure me of... Oop. It will do no such thing. But yeah, so this is usually about an hour of me getting familiar again. I actually think this will be not a necessarily bad one. I'm doing all right. I was really tired today, but I kind of got a little bit of a second wind as far as streaming is concerned. So that's nice. I'm sure my employer doesn't want to hear that I'm feeling much more productive on game time rather than work time, but it's how these things go sometimes. This one I'm trying to learn to be a little bit more nimble when it comes to avoiding the projectiles. Ah, that was really close to being a Radiant level performance. What am I doing? Cool. What they don't know doesn't hurt their bottom line. Sorry, I totally wasn't paying attention. How you doing, Night Valiant? I've been really bad at shouting you out when you come in, so we'll get that in right away. And honestly, I don't mind the distractions too much. Like I should learn to be able to manage stuff. I should be able to manage stuff. Anyways, yeah, sorry, I should have said. So that's 3 games. If you are looking for new stuff to play, 3 that I've enjoyed that are very different from each other. Warhammer 40k Mechanicus, that you can get through probably multiple subscription services, but I was playing it through EA Play. That is more of a strategy stuff. Think kind of Darkest dungeon crawling sort of. Like that's how you're gonna go from battle to battle, but more XCOM-ish kind of turn-based battles when it comes to the actual sort of fights. Hard Space Shipbreaker, which again is an interesting job sim, but I think with a few more gamey elements, and Slay the Spire, on top of course the things that you've already seen me been playing, which is like Industries of Titan and such. I'm doing okay. I don't know if you got to see, but Brace Yourself put out a tweet about the factories that I was making that was really nice, and I had a surprisingly warm response. I'm used to people not always, what am I up to? Jesus. That was not good. Kind of used to not having always the nicest encounters online. So... yeah, and actually just in general, so I was coming off of a week where, for whatever reason, just there seemed to be something in the... what was that? There just seemed to be something in the air which had kind of caused just a bit of a deluge of, like, really nasty stuff online heading towards me. Which happens sometimes, right? I try not to brood too much on it, but I am also human. Good God. Oh yeah, I want to change something real quick. Like I said, I try not to brood about it too much, but I also, like, I also try to acknowledge it. Like, the biggest thing for me, it's a little bit like when I'm playing Hollow Knight. If I make a mistake, I want to acknowledge what the mistake was in the spirit of being able to overcome it. And if I don't identify it, I'm not able to work on it. And likewise, I think it's helpful for me to say, you know, if this, you know, I think, I don't know, X thing is happening here, this is how I feel about it. I should, you know, here's how I'm going to try and here's how I'm going to try and deal with. I hopefully you guys kind of get the idea. Let me just take a quick second here. So I want to turn off the mature content flag that I have on my stream. So enable this setting if your stream contains content that may be inappropriate for younger audiences. You may never broadcast sexual activity, nudity, threats, or extreme violence. Doing so will result in immediate, irrevocable termination of your account. Please make sure that your content will comply. Okay, cool. So this is one thing. I don't really like swear that much on stream. But I think it'd be nice to be a little bit more accessible to people. So I'm gonna turn that off. And if you think I'm skirting the edges of that, please let me know, because it's actually something I'd like to get better at. But yeah, no, I don't want to dwell on it too much, because other people have it far worse for sure. But it was rather nice to have, and sort of unexpected places. So the Stellaris stuff has been getting a really warm reception. I did an 8-minute sort of finding your feet in Industries of Titan video, which had a surprisingly good sort of take up. So after, like, what really happened was there's the video which always reliably has incredibly negative responses. Like, always. If I see I've got a comment on that video, I know it's going to be unkind. Then there was like one from the blog. It was like, I wrote an article on backseating a really long time ago, and some just idiot who's like, if you don't like backseating, you're a bad streamer, period. Like, do you even watch big streams? Like, backseating is almost a guaranteed insta-ban on a large stream. So again, like, it's not like I'm going to sit down and be like, oh no, this person doesn't think very highly of me. But, and then, like, so you see a few of those from all different sources, and you're like, I don't know why someone has decided to, like, really, like, I don't know what it is that has made this disparate group of people behave this way, but it sucks. And what's happened is that this week has been the opposite of that, which is from all sorts of unexpected quarters. There've been really nice comments, which I tremendously appreciate. So, never mind. Thank you. Thank you again. Yeah, let's try and do this one a little more seriously. So part of this is just going to help me when I do this in the Pantheon. So I obviously don't need to worry about like single hits in the Pantheon itself. But this will teach me some good habits. Now, it's not perfect. Obviously I have access to a lot more magic, but if I can do this on Radiant, then there's no excuses when it comes time to for the Pantheon of the Artist. Oh, that was going all right. I was going a little slow, but I sabotaged myself there. Also, I've still not taken advantage of the, playing this on my own time rule I allowed for myself. But you've all been asking how I've been. How have all of you been? I'm happy. I'm happy to have a nice active chat early on. But that doesn't mean that it has to be all about me. Also, every time I use magic, I just think of Endors. Sorry, I asked the question and I'm in the middle of a fight, so... Oh. Hamburgers on the way? Wonderful. Actually, that was one thing that I didn't do well this week. I ordered in a lot of food, and there was really no reason to, other than I was just kind of lazy and I wanted some variety. And I should get that variety by just practicing, like, different dishes. But I didn't. I wasted money on delivery. Actually, one thing I could probably do... So, the thing I missed the most about pre-lockdown was that at my old position, I worked on the 18th floor of a building. And in addition to walking to work every day, I would... I would walk up the stairs to my office. And that would also include, like, during lunch, lunch hours, I would, I'd walk up the stairs. So, like, I would walk a lot. And I believe they have adjusted the So I don't know if they adjusted the lockdown rules or the police just simply said they outright refused to enforce the laws. But, like, basically they, the original call was that you had to you had to provide your address and the reason for why you were out under our current lockdown, which is due to end in, I think, 12 days. But yeah, I really miss obviously working at home doesn't give me a lot of opportunities to walk up and down. Oh, you're talking about Resident Evil, right? School is stressful, but it's the weekend. It's not exam time, right? This would be the transition into the second term semester, whichever it's called, right? But yeah, so one thing I think I can do is, instead of so one of the things I always tend to find hard is sort of the cold turkey kind of adjustment. So even if I want to stop doing something, I've always found it helpful to try and come up with something of a strategy. So I think one of the things I can do, it's not bad to want a little bit of variety in terms of what I'm eating. And I mean, there's some coffee shops that I would go to that are sort of locally, locally owned places that could probably do with the business and the fact that I have a job during the current environment. It would be nice to be able to, give that sort of support. I really hate how I've let myself get hit by a couple of, oh, that was a particularly embarrassing one. But yeah, anyways. Forgot to give you this. Thanks. Never mind. Oh, again, a totally unnecessary dash that wound up costing me. But yeah, so one of the things I was thinking of trying to do is, if I crave variety so much, that's fine, but go and walk to the place instead of getting it delivered. So that way I get my walking, which is something I like doing and miss doing. But more importantly, it also imposes an added cost to me for doing that option, but it's the laziness cost. So it's if I want it, I should work for it, and working for it is just simply going out, which is technically something I want to do anyway, but not the thing I want to do when I'm thinking of ordering food. And I suspect that will, one, save me money in the long run, and number two, help me kind of get the habit that I was looking to form. How long have I been playing Hollow Knight? Well, I guess I first started it in December. I've been doing it about once a week. The timer on this says about 90 hours. Yeah, I guess I've been playing it once a week for a few months now. I guess 5 months is probably the closest number. Good lord. I should probably just jump into the Pantheon now if I'm gonna make silly moves. I was doing quite well on some bosses, and then I've started doing these Pantheons, and I definitely feel like I'm not good at Hollow Knight now. Oh, that's embarrassing. Okay, you know what? Let's do a run on the Pantheon and see if we can recapture some of the glory from the... Played it when it came out. Feel like it's been a while for you now. So my understanding is there have been 3 free... So it says 3 free DLC, but I don't know what the distinction between a free DLC and an update is. Needless to say, there's new stuff in here for sure, and it probably, if you're interested, it will probably you'll probably benefit from revisiting. Oh, that's the same mistake I made with the Oblables. Gavinator, how is this a Dogecoin episode? Tell you what to sell. Oh man, I actually I rewatched John Oliver's bit on cryptocurrencies. I think he did that like 2 years ago. I aged surprisingly well for tech reporting. How you doing, Gavinator? For those of you who do not know Gavinator, well, he is not a streamer on thetwitch.com. He is, first of all, a very gifted statistics instructor. I actually wound up referencing this the other day, but at work, so the one thing I never learned in school was surveys. And at work, they let us take a course to do surveys. And Gavinator was one of the instructors, and it was specifically a methodology instructor, so we got to call our classroom the meth lab. That was a mistake. But on top of that, Gavinator does some really great work, not just for charity, but also in terms of sort of advocating for sort of taking some... I don't know if I want to say taking responsibility for personal finances, but just sort of thinking about helping your sort of your overall well-being in terms of making decisions. You know, little things like what I was talking about, being irresponsible and like ordering in food while we're in lockdown. You know, if I were to actually sit down and take a look at the extra amount that I would spend, like even just compared to some kind of eating out or something. Just in like the pure cost of the delivery or whatever, and like all of the money, it's like so many things too, right? Like the money that goes from those businesses into like the pockets of a company like Uber or whatever. There's like no justification I can give for it, and I thought Gavinator actually did a really good job presenting it in the sense that when I hear a lot of people talk about this stuff, the one thing that very rarely gets acknowledged is the fact that like we earn money to buy the stuff we want, right? So if you want to order that Starbucks every day, like, you know, the great innovation of the Frappuccino is Starbucks making it socially acceptable to drink a milkshake at any time of the day. I think one of the things I really appreciated about Gavinator's presentation on this is that it came from a place of basically saying that, you know, you can spend your money on what you want. That's not like, this isn't the, you know, I achieved financial independence by, you know, eating cardboard 6 times a week and starving myself on the weekends. Why did I do this? Oh god, okay, I got lucky. But it was definitely, like, you know, just a bunch of good little heuristics. Like, as you know, if Starbucks gave you a, you could only buy a Starbucks card, like, once a year, and you could load that amount. Like, what amount would you put on it? Actually, I'll just take a minute and read what he says. But yeah, I thought, like, so one, he definitely has a gift for presentation. He's definitely a lot of fun to watch. But number 2, I think he has got a particular talent for being able to explain this sort of stuff in a, like he was, so, sorry, this is going to sound so, like, MBA scummy or that, but, like, he's really good at sort of the close and the benefit statement. He's able to frame it in very positive terms and in ways that will help people understand why this way of thinking is useful. And one of the things that he's done is he's taken a lot of that knowledge and just, I think, probably a natural... so I think Gavinator's really good at... Gavinator does, for day-to-day prices, what you and I do on Steam when we want to buy games. So one of the things I don't really like about what Steam and Humble Bundle have done is that it's turned it into a game to see how much we can sort of siphon off from the developer, right? Nobody wants to pay full price anymore. You're going to wait until the thing's like 80% off and you can get like a super fully featured game for $2. And of course the problem with that is that this is really affecting independent developers that are trying to just keep the lights on. You know, obviously the EAs and the Ubisofts they're gonna make their money, but unfortunately we do tend to have some very distorted views about what games are worth. And I think the problem is that because we have this kind of gamification of it, we sort of view as getting the deep discount as being the high score. When in reality, especially for creative stuff, because again, I think Canadian games actually I think they travel quite a bit better than Canadian film, and it's something that we should be very proud of. This isn't a Canadian game, this is an Australian game, my other nation. But you know, there's plenty of Canadian games. I was talking about one of them earlier, actually, that would apply there. But in any case, Gavinator does that for large retail chains. And he's specifically spun that into a lot of charitable works. So there will be sort of donations and other initiatives that are taken as part of this group, and they will do things like buy appalling amounts of, you know, just about everything, and donate them to things like women's shelters and that. So definitely a very public-minded individual, somebody who, first of all, just cool to kind of talk to and hang out with. But I also wanted to take a minute and say, like, so why do I take the time to... I know, like, I do these kinds of things for stream shoutouts and that, but, like, why take the time to highlight an individual like that? And I think one of my big motivations in doing so is that I think Gavinator's a really great example of how some really, really helpful and for some people, life-changing stuff happens from common people that you can just meet in your everyday life. Like, part of it is just putting in the work and taking the time to do it. There can be lots of excuses, you know, I don't have the time, or I have kids, or I have, you know, other responsibilities. All of them totally legitimate. Like, nobody's going to beat you up for not helping other people. Because in the end, how you spend your time is your own. But I've always been very impressed at exactly how much they've been able to do, and how they really have sort of passed on that knowledge and that I guess public spiritedness. And it's one of these things where you know, again, I like shouting out stuff that's entertaining, but I also think it's good to sort of praise the things that you would like to see more of them in the world, and that's why I wanted to take the time and talk about Gavinator's I don't know, personality as well as the works. Oh yeah, the winter boot. I should have mentioned the winter boots. I was originally going to say the hair coloring stuff, and then I thought is like, well, I'm probably then going to have to explain like why hair coloring products are actually kind of important to share with a women's shelter. Because like, I don't think I've talked about this a whole lot, but like I grew up in a family that went to the Salvation Army, which I should say, I know in the States there's a lot of concerns in terms of how they treat marginalized communities and that. I will definitely say my family was pretty conservative, and I can't say that it was, a super, like, the church stuff had some very conservative views about, basic views that I don't agree with, as an adult. But I did work at their community services and like things like the thrift store and that. I messed up. And I will definitely say that that was completely absent from the those attitudes, at least from my experience, did not cross over into the the work that I did there. I don't know, like, it's just one of these nice things where, like, that was really helpful to gain some perspective in terms of what the actual needs are, as opposed to the, what you sort of can think when you hear about, like, what a food bank needs or something. But yeah, so I was thinking of, like, the hair coloring products, but it's like, oh, but then I'm going to have to explain, like, why hair coloring products are actually really, really, really helpful and, like, good to bring in, so. But anyways, needless to say, Gavinator is an example to all of us, and like I totally have to admit, I do not help out with this sort of stuff nearly as much as I should. So I feel shame every time I see his face or his name in chat. Well, I've been screwing up a bit, but I'm happy I've been able to engage with chat for a bit. Okay, I'm back up to full health as long as I don't get... There we go! Hey, and we finished it off. Oh, wonderful. So our time with the Mantis Lords was not spent in vain. Oh, come on! Actually, I should mention too, this is a, so this is the third of 3 updates that the developers of this game released after the main release. And this is called the Pantheon of the Artist. So basically they take these, a bunch of boss fights that happened earlier in the game. That was brutal. I'm hoping I don't take them out before I heal up. So I don't have any healing opportunities when their friends show up. Oh, come on! I don't normally have these problems on this phase. But yeah, so basically they take a bunch of boss fights from earlier in the game and combine them into this wonderful package of misery. And so far I've not been able to beat the Pantheon of the Artist, but I've gotten definitely pretty close. Closer than I have before on the last stream, so I was kind of hoping this time, tonight, I'd finish it off. Alright, we're back on track. Oh, and not a second too soon. What was I thinking? Oh, they have these really great, oh, come... Ugh. I'm getting into a bit of a danger zone with these screw-ups. Yeah, there are these updated versions of the soundtrack for these fights, which I am very fond of. I think my favorite is still for a character called Hornet. But the Hornet fight was a while ago, so I don't know. don't think I can go back to that. One of the other tricks that I'm trying to employ here as well... Okay, so this is a chance to heal as long as I can get the timings right. Oh, not so good. I'm going to be down a mask for the next fight. Oh, that's right. We get a rest, so I don't need to worry about the health. Sorry, taking a minute to enjoy some tea. Alright, let's do this. Oh god, I forgot! Alright, Marmu. Oh, not good. So I got none of the damage from the... Marmu's gonna be the end of this run, isn't he? Oh, hang on, wait. No, I've gotta... I'm starting to remember how I handled this last time, so movement's a big deal. Sorry, I was saying something earlier. One of the things about this is because of the penalties that I've imposed on my character... oh, okay. Good. My nail attack, the sword-looking thing, is not as effective as it would normally be. And so... one thing I'm trying to do is use more magic, which is not something I normally do in this game. Alright. So, we were on the verge of death. That was not great. Okay, could be worse, but that went a lot better than I thought. I completely forgot about Marmu. Is it Nosk now? Alright. Bring it, nerd. Oh, that was cheeky. Okay, I screwed that up. I should have used that to heal, actually. Okay, this is gonna get a little tricky, but... man, he really loves doing that that splatter. I just needed one more hit to get the heal. Okay, again, it'll be a little tricky, but I've learned a bit of a coping strategy with the aerial bombardment. I'm no longer in... I definitely, when I first did this fight, I was definitely in a mode where I had no idea what to expect, and I was just sort of taking it on the chin each time. Okay. Oh, that's cheap that he gets to do that again. Oh, this is scary. There we go. I can't remember if we did the Radiant version of this guy in the Hall of the Gods. I'm gonna try and heal if I can. Okay, well that healing's gonna come later. Oof. Oh wow. I gotta find it. That's a real shame. That fell apart at the end there. That was a pretty good run all told though. I'm what, 49 minutes in? So yeah, these are the bindings. These make me weak, but this is how super hardcore gamers, who are obviously impressive in every other aspect of their lives, play video games. free hits there. Alright, that was a good run. Oof. I thought I could dash through him. I don't know what happened there. Oh, that's not good. Alright, I'm gonna have to find a way of getting that health back now. I think I got a little arrogant there, but... I'll take this as the heal. I usually get a free hit on him during his stagger animation. But in this case, I wanted to make sure that I could get my masks up. I don't even know why I try magic on this guy sometimes. So that's a good example where... Oh, what was I thinking? Alright, and the battle is over. We have nothing to worry about ever again. Oh yeah. So I should actually probably explain for the... Actually, not just for Gavinator, but anybody who hasn't seen this game before. This was one of the earlier fights that I did. I think this was also one of the ones where chat was like secretly watching. It's like he has no idea what's about to come after him. So I got the first phase of that fight the very first time I did it. And then out of nowhere, this phase comes in. And I was able to get that the first time too, but needless to say, the game does not telegraph that there is a... I mean, the ending is definitely a, you know, bad guy at the end of a summer action movie kind of an end, right? It's big and dramatic, and you sort of expect that there's not going to be anything that comes up. And I agree, Gavin. I mean, I've put on a bunch of debuffs on myself to make myself weaker. But that's, I think, also kind of the purpose of this this phase. Oh, good lord, what was I thinking? Alright, now on to phase 3. So I don't exactly want to be... Oh, I just threw away this run, didn't I? Again, got a little arrogant, but... I disabled the mature label, so now I have to call it a bullet heck. Close. Oof. Oh, that was very careless, and possibly something that will cost me the run. Let's see. small lease on life. Let's try and secure a little bit more. The other big restriction on this mode is the amount of... So every time I hit someone, I get a certain amount of soul. Soul is what you use to power your abilities, which can include a heal. But with the restriction, you only ever have enough for one ability at a time. So... Oh, why am I trying to heal? I've already got my 4 masks. So basically, there's just less margin for error all over the place. Ugh. Threw away 2 masks for no reason. And these things are definitely getting low, so I'm gonna have to think about what Phase 2 looks like soon. Although being able to distribute it among the 2 enemies, well, theoretically distribute it amongst the 2 enemies, is a little bit of a saving grace. No! I probably should be focusing less on the healing, but I've sort of shot my confidence a bit, so if I can just get back to my happy place, then we can make the magic happen. So that was a super risky move that I made, but I wanted to see if I could get that magic attack during their roaring animation. It worked, and I mean, I'm down a mask, but I don't know, I think that was worth it in the long run. We got through it, so my ability to watch my language is pretty on this game especially. Ah. Okay. If I lose on Mantis Lords, I'm gonna be pretty choked. That's not a heal. I need to anticipate the boomerang correctly, otherwise I can't get the heal done. Oh, that was a risky dodge. Okay, good. We're no longer 1 hit away from losing. I have done some damage to them though, so... Okay. Just need the 3rd hit. Now at this point, it doesn't really matter where the heal comes from. I just want to get it in. There we go. The real importance behind the heal on this the heal on this phase is that I've not been able to find a way when the second phase comes in with the two Mantis Lords. I've never really been able to find a way to get an effective heal in. So this is kind of my last chance to get back to the masks. The other trick on this one is that I need to stay in the middle a little more often. I sometimes break this, but if I'm on the wrong side of the platform, when they do this charge attack, they spawn right on top of me and I take the damage. Rat. Quite a bit more damage to the one, not the other. So if you take out the one, we're back to we're back to a point where we could heal if we needed, but we're all right. Okay, Marmu coming up next. So that's one that I haven't quite gotten a perfect response to yet, but I feel like we did. I feel like we did okay. Well, that was a bit of a waste. Okay, I'm gonna try and get a heal in when I can. Well, I got the heal in and then threw it away. I had many better uses for those souls. Okay, let's... Oh, no! This is gonna be tough. Oh! Nosk with 2 masks. And I have a score to settle with this. I gotta remember that he... Oh, actually, that's a lot further than I remember him going. I don't think I did damage there, but... Nuts. I'll just get the heal in. Okay, so let's try and concentrate the goop. Oh, nope, I messed up. Oh, did I ever mess up? Again. Ah, that was very, very careless. I think we can get through this, but it's gonna get a little dicey for a bit. Okay, that's good to know I can do that dash. Oh boy. I didn't used to... I thought I had a pretty good strategy for dealing with the bombardment last week, but... Need to get to another place of safety before I try another heal. Oh! It's like a 1 in a million. Okay, let's try. Not worth it. That was worth it, though. There we go. If you need a topic to talk about while you're playing, you can explain to you why short selling a stock is legal. Oh! That's a really interesting one. I've talked about it before. The fluke marm is a bit of a tricky one for me. Sorry I was so quiet, but these fights are ones that I don't get to see very often. And so my concentration's starting to get a little short. But I do actually think short selling does serve an important purpose. So the best example I could give you would be... Oh, I think I've just thrown away the run. Let's try... So let's think about a problem that a farmer is going to face. And that is you are going to plant a crop today, and leaving aside all of the concerns that you have about farming in terms of, whether or not the weather's going to cooperate and so on and so forth. One big consideration you have in terms of picking a crop to plant is going to be what the price you're going to get for it is. And specifically, one risk is that the crop that you plant today, the crop that you plant today is going to have one price, but when you take it to market, it's going to have a different one, and potentially it's going to be lower. And so the entire justification you gave for your okay, sorry, I'm going to have to shut up for a second. This is like the worst possible time I could have done that, but I've only ever seen this guy once before, and I've already messed up. Oh no! Okay. I gotta stop panicking and... Okay, let's see if I can heal. Yes, I can. Okay, so that's kind of one of the problems that we're trying to deal with. And so you can imagine a situation in which you write a contract that says, I'm going to buy, I'm going to buy this amount of your crop at this price on this date. And that's basically what an option is. And I died. So that's the basic kind of idea that a lot of short. Okay, so this is I'm not quite getting to short selling yet, but this is an example in terms of where there is a beneficial. There's a beneficial role for a situation in which insurance is another example, because what we're describing is a type of insurance. There are some situations in which it can be socially desirable to have contracts which have a payout, or basically there's sort of a favorable outcome for someone in the case of a negative event. So, for instance, nobody gets insurance hoping that the thing that's being insured against happens. But obviously, it is very good that you can get insurance because it's a way that sort of we soften the blow. So the ideal, of course, would be that everybody in the world gets insurance, and let's just say it's like the most benign version, like it's a complete 100% benevolent government that is running it at cost. And effectively, what that does is that spreads around the risk. Everybody pays in a little bit in terms of the premium. Nobody really knows who's going to be affected by it, but of course actuarial tables are going to give us a fairly high degree of certainty in terms of the rate at which these things happen, and so the people who suffer those events are going to be able to be compensated out of it. Because I realize that there's also a worry about private insurance and such, and it's like, well, the insurance company is trying to maximize profits, and it's like, yes, that is true. That doesn't necessarily mean, like, I think it is possible to run an insurance company in a way that you can profit and not do scummy things like deny people who should have who have a legitimate claim, like make it hard to get that claim. But that's like a totally different issue. What we're trying to talk about is short selling. But whether you're talking about, whether you talk about a contract where the farmer with the crop gets a certain amount on a certain day, or insurance. Oh. Yeah. No. I'm not trying to dance around the issue of short selling. I'm trying to give sort of a baseline example in terms of where. What I'm trying to do is maybe lay a little bit of groundwork in terms of the idea of why do we have products that will pay off in the event of like a negative event. Like why should people profit from negative events? So the transition, of course, is to say, well, why do we allow this for stocks? Because obviously short selling stocks are a little bit of a different case than short selling stocks. There's a bit of a different case than obviously these options. So of course, one way to sell a stock short is in fact to get a put option on it, which is basically the right to sell a stock at a certain price on a certain day. And if you, if the value of the stock goes down, that option becomes quite a bit more profitable. The activity that people are often talking about is the case where somebody is borrowing the shares of another person who's, at the same broker. They are selling the stock at today's price, and then at some point in the future, the idea is that because the stock is going to be at a lower price, they will buy back those shares. They will sort of restore it to the person who was owning it, and they are collecting the difference in terms of the price. So one of the biggest useful things that I think short selling is doing is assisting price discovery. For the same reason that when you're looking at the farmer case, obviously if nobody would take the farmer up on their contract thing if they didn't see that there was some benefit to it. If you're a bakery, you're buying grain. Well, bakeries probably don't buy grains, but you get the idea, right? They might just want the stability of the price. Alternatively, in this case, having a bunch of financiers kind of running in and being active in terms of these contracts, again, there's price discovery that's happening. You're getting that sort of equilibrium price, and in the end, they're making a market effectively. And in the case of short selling, I sort of think the same thing is happening there, which is that you have a set of people who are bullish on the stock. They're buying the stock for it to sort of appreciate in value, and you have another group of people who have essentially taken a position in terms of short selling the stock. Effectively, they have realized the gains from the sale of the stock, and they are anticipating the fall in terms of the price. One of the things that happens with short selling is you have an entire branch of research at investment firms who are looking into the behavior of certain companies and seeing if they're doing something untoward. In the case of, so I'll give you an example here. There is an argument, and I will say this argument I'm not 100% convinced by, because I can give you public companies where this didn't happen. But think of a case like Theranos, where they have a product that simply does not work. And lots of very wealthy people investing in this company, but they take sort of the model that's kind of emerged out of Silicon Valley now, of a bunch of people keeping these companies private as long as they can and bringing in a bunch of money and essentially running a giant scam. And the idea would be that had there been a public market for Theranos stock, then you would have had a group of people who benefit from the, you have a group of people who benefit from the discovery of this scheme, and they would sell it short. And if you don't have the capacity for short selling, these people don't have any reason to do that kind of due diligence, other than avoiding the investment. But clearly that's a different thing. Now, the counter argument I would make to that one is that there's still stuff that happens like Enron. And I honestly haven't sat down and done the work on finding out whether or not public companies are more prone to giving, Enrons than private, like Theranos. But I think that would probably be one of the better arguments in terms of where short selling is happening. But there's obviously a couple of things that have been said in chat. So the short selling causes a negative event, it causes a panic and sell-off, and the super rich win. So this is a trickier one for me to deal with here, in the sense that I'm not 100% sure I can agree with the idea of the causes the negative event. It is definitely true that there can be volatility that happens in financial markets. But you could, I'll give you an example in terms of where I'm not entirely sure removing short selling solves that problem. Because you can still benefit from creating a panic. If you create a panic for a company where that isn't true, you still have, like what you then have is you have a situation in which a bunch of people dump a valuable stock, and the people who've caused that panic buy it up, and then they realize the gains when the proper value of the stock, appreciates. I definitely think that there is so in terms of day-to-day fluctuations, short selling, of course, what's happening here is that because people are borrowing this stock and selling it, you are creating a distance between the, so let's say there's a true underlying price for the stock. And of course, this is what the market exists to discover. This is the process of price discovery, right? That in theory, short selling is enabling. If there's a big short sell that happens, you have an excess of supply, which is going to drive down the share price. In a perfect world where everybody has like perfect information of what's going on, you should see an increase in demand as people are wanting to buy this thing up. But obviously, there have been some cases where there's some pretty wild movements that happen. I don't think anybody wants to argue too seriously that the market is always perfect on this thing. Yeah, GameStop. Like I wrote a very long article on GameStop, which is why some of this stuff is fresh in mind. The thing for me on that one is that I'm not sure. So I guess the problem that I sort of sit with is I'm not quite sure what the major. I'm trying to find out what like the major social cost to. Sorry, I gotta think of the right way to phrase it. Like, I'm trying to find out why I would bring the hammer down specifically on short selling when there are other sources of volatility and sort of madness inside of the stock markets. The GameStop example is a really interesting one because, of course, it shows you what the cost to the investor of short selling is. If you are wrong, your investments blow up. And you are on the hook for. So the thing is that like if you buy a stock, your losses are capped at 100%. If you short a stock, there is no theoretical bound as to what your losses can be, and so it's inherently a risky behavior. Now, I think there's actually a very good argument in terms of putting limitations in terms of how much someone can expose themselves to in terms of risk. Obviously, if there are large financial institutions that are taking on a lot of risk through short selling, it's completely appropriate. Like, we already regulate financial institutions, and so making sure that they don't do something that creates a problem to the overall security of financial markets. I'm all for that, and largely think that's what we have already. But obviously, that's very different from short selling. If I were to try and put it down into a simple like one-liner, I think the problem that I have with the ban short selling argument is that I'm not entirely convinced on the idea. Like, I think one of the premises underneath it should be that like stocks should always go up. There shouldn't be things that cause stocks to go down. And like obviously people, like the markets exist for people to try and find out what they think the thing is worth. Like if I am owning a stock and there's this wave of short selling that happens, that sort of sucks for me. My paper wealth has gone down. But if I'm so convinced about this company, I should just hang on, potentially buy more, if I can, because it just means that I'm able to get this company that I think is valuable at an even lower price. And if I'm wrong, obviously, then the short sellers were right. And it just means that they have a mechanism through which the lack of value for this company has happened. And again, instead, if the value of this company is illusory, that, short selling has kept the stock price up until, let's say, the earnings come out and it reveals that things weren't as good as before, then, again, I'm not entirely sure that we're necessarily any better off. Now, in terms of manipulation, like people trying to create a panic or people like deliberately like, you know, like I don't believe in things like pump and dump schemes. I don't think people should be like, you know, boosting up a stock and like selling off their worthless shares. And likewise, I don't think people should be lying about stocks and saying, you know, oh God, you know, the FCC is going to like ban cartoons, you know, short Disney. But like the thing is that I'm trying to find some of the cases where that's sort of been a, you know, this business was irrevocably damaged, as opposed to a bunch of people who are already wealthy enough to own stocks lost money either on paper or they panicked and sold their shares and realized those losses. Those ones I'm trying, like I maybe that I just haven't read as much, but I'm sort of struggling to find the cases where there was a damage that was done through the price discovery mechanism. Anyways, I hope that kind of covered what you were looking for. I definitely don't want to dance around the issue because, like, the thing is that I know short selling is controversial, and there's actually been regulation to sort of curb it. I believe in the U.S., and I'm sure Canada's followed suit, there is I believe you are only allowed to sell short after there's been an upward movement in the price. So this sort of stops a huge cascading, like, all at once sort of a dump. But in the end, for me, like the biggest argument that I would make is that there are first of all, there are socially desirable cases where people will realize benefits from what we largely perceive as negative events, i.e. the price of grain goes down, you know, and so the option that you have for the, you know, the sale of the grain at a higher price is worth more. And nobody's going to love bankers. Like, that's just a thing. But the fact that they can get involved in it does allow these markets to function. I think there's something useful in that. The stock market is a little bit harder to say in terms of the case of share prices. Like, again, in that case, I can't appeal to it enabling a productive activity such as farming. Or at least enhancing a productive activity like farming. But given the fact that I think the stock market does exist, one of the functions of the stock market is price discovery, and essentially to match buyers and sellers, I do think short selling is also creating a market. And then the ancillary benefits of things such as, you know, short sellers doing research and identifying fraud. I mean, it is worth mentioning, right? You know, if you saw The Big Short, or even in the case of Enron and that, there were people who did make the right call and did you know, sell short those people who were participating in those things, and they made money out of it. The thing is that ultimately the research didn't prevent those larger catastrophes from happening. So it's why I can't make too much of an argument in favor of it. But in the end, I just sort of think I guess the biggest thing that I can say is the things that people are uncomfortable with short selling, I'm not necessarily locked in on saying that short selling was the cause of it. And so if there's going to be regulation or change, it's probably something that we should be directing elsewhere. But yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you too. Like, I could have given you the shorter answer in terms of saying is that I just don't think that, like, this is really callous in saying it, but I sometimes think that sometimes the short selling argument is just people who own stocks saying things that make my stocks go down shouldn't happen, which is definitely not doing justice to what I think people. I don't think that's doing justice to what some people's deeper concerns are. Because I will be honest with you too, as much as I like to play the the hard bitten capital. Well, I mean, like, I'm not wealthy, so the rich people can do their own arguments. Like, the one thing that I really don't like, because I've got a guy who I went to high school. I will jump in, but like the thing that's driving me crazy is a guy I went to high school with, and he's discovered, the stock market and commodity markets. And like, this is the point where I'm like, we're almost certainly in some kind of a bubble and there's going to be a crash. And the problem is I don't know when the crash is going to be, and I don't know how to position myself to financially benefit from it. So I'm just going to sit down and look at my mutual funds become worth less. But like, if the guy who from high school who was into animation, again, fine as an artist, no deep moral concerns with this individual, but like they have tons of opinions about like silver, and like they were all about the GameStop stuff, and they were all about find the right Reddit and you'll learn exactly where their opinions came from. And they're going on about cryptocurrency, and they're talking about how wrong it was for, I think it was Bill Maher, to talk about the environmental impact of cryptocurrency. And he was saying it was a bad thing that Bill Maher was talking about the environmental impact because it was keeping people from having this, this opportunity to buy this good asset, that it was as safe as the US dollar. And I said, it's like, well, number one, like, it's not. Like, that's not true, and you shouldn't say it is. And, like, number two, the environmental concern is an actual concern. And their whole argument is just, like, I don't care. I want mine. And the thing is that, like, the stock market does have a useful function in society. It is one of the ways in which people who have money can direct that money towards people who need it, to make a company that hopefully does something useful, right? Obviously, not every company does something useful. Some companies are good, some are not good. I'm not going to argue that Philip Morris International is engaged in an enterprise that we really should be financing. But on the other hand, like, there are also companies that are doing something, like it or not, a lot of our medicine is coming from pharmaceutical companies. And that's a whole other, can of worms that I can potentially open there. But obviously, at least some money going towards its productive enterprises. Again, leaving aside, there's a whole other segment to this about, pharmaceutical companies and their practices. People being able to make a company that does that thing, right? If you have an idea for HIV treatment, if you can go to capital markets, get the money to make your company, we potentially wind up with another form of treatment. Or, whatever one you want, a software company, maybe they make Shopify. I don't know. I don't know if Shopify is doing anything really awful, but like Shopify is on capital markets. But yeah, so in this case here, you can at least say that the stock market is directing money towards productive enterprises. What my friend is engaging in is financial speculation. Quite literally, the only thing that they're doing is moving around paper and bits. And it's basically saying, I deserve my money because I bought this little digital token at this time instead of buying it at this time. And that is why I deserve the money. And, then the only thing that I can say about the environmental cost, so I understand why he doesn't want to think about the environmental cost, because effectively it's the negative externality. Like, all of us are financing his financial speculation because we all need to deal with the environmental impact of this asset that he is speculating in. But he is the one who will reap the private benefit from it. So, this is the thing. Like, this is why I sometimes sound a little too this is why I kind of get why people think that I secretly vote conservative or something like that, is because when I look at the grand, all of the different uses of financial markets and things like that, I can point to why the stock market has a useful function. I can point to why banks have a useful function. And when I look at the GameStop people and that, and it's all just purely, I just want to see my number go up, and I want to make sure that my bank account goes up, particularly when the people, the fact that people in the Reddit are talking about gamma squeezes, these are not mom and pop investors. These are people who know finance very well. It's the people who don't know what a gamma squeeze is that are going to be the ones who are financing their gains. like, I just don't have a lot of respect for that, right? Like, what did you really do to earn it? There's some value in, you know, doing a day's work and being paid for making that effort. And it's, you know, it doesn't mean that I think the role of finance, like, the thing is that, again, I think the role of finance does actually do something useful for society. I'll actually go so far as to say is we as a society have chosen a socially optimal level of bank failure, right? Because we've got deposit insurance. We allow interest. We allow banks to take on more liabilities than they can pay at any given time. Because we recognize that having financial intermediaries is very useful. But you know, again, that's not some crazy libertarian argument saying, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could just get rid of all the banking regulations? It's just that, you know, there is a segment of that moving that paper around that has social utility. But I can also tell you for sure, you know, my friend who is, you know, just trying to follow his favorite commodities YouTuber or his, you know, his Bitcoin, he would know when to sell your Doge. You know, that's not doing anything other than one, really annoying me, and two, just, you know, trying to get money for nothing. It's just like buying a lottery ticket in that case. I'm happy to cover more, but I am going to try and at least do a little bit of gameplay. I'm sorry to those of you who are here for Hollow Knight and didn't want to lecture in financial markets. But the thing I'll say is, like, not everything that I've said here is uncontestable, right? If you think I'm trying to sneak something by, I am willing to try and defend some of the claims that I've made. Like, I think it's probably, I mean, like, I'm assuming anybody who can watch this stream lives in a country where they have functioning financial markets. And politics is kind of good when it's boring. But we should kind of care about how, you know, how stuff works, how the world runs. And, you know, if you think short selling is something that's really bad and it's something that's harming, you know, harming the well-being of the country as a whole, this is why we have elected representatives. Like, I definitely, the hardest thing, because I have been involved with political campaigns. Like, the hard thing for me is somebody who's, you know, educated in at least, you know, a branch that tends to come up quite a bit in politics. It's sometimes very hard for me to admit that the, you know, the standard for democracy is one vote for each person. And that vote is not weighted by intelligence. That vote is not weighted by education. It's, you're a citizen, you get the vote. And so, you know, this is one thing that I think is kind of important in these sorts of discussions, is not to play the, you know, oh, well, if only you were as smart as me, you'd understand card. Like, if I'm actually so smart, I should be able to explain it. And I'll take a look at chat in a second. Just this one demands a bit of attention, so. All right. It was amazing to watch that everybody came to play, willing to stick around for the economics lesson. I want to waited by kilometers traveled in a year. The Amazon drivers of the world will now become the most important voting bloc. I did want to try and do the short selling thing while I was doing these battles. The thing is that it's really clear on that topic in particular that if I want to talk about like a really controversial practice and then a hard boss fight comes up, like, obviously that is the worst possible time to drop the topic. Because there is definitely a big credibility problem on that one. Like, if you for a second, especially on fan and stuff, like if for a second you think someone's trying to dodge the question, it's really hard to trust them again. So I also think people have watched me enough to sort of know that every once in a while the system talk becomes the defining feature. Maybe for this distance travel you want to eliminate small town and farmer conservative voter. I hesitated. Well, I didn't hesitate, I just went the wrong direction. This is actually, it's funny, it's not exactly what you're talking about, Yavinator, but it reminds me of like one of my favorite things whenever I would read poli-sci journals. There is a really common political science paper, which is the side I vote for is right, and people who vote for the other side are irrational. And my favorite is that there are versions of that paper for like both sides of the political spectrum. So oh, actually, one thing I will say, so the comment that I made a little bit earlier on is like, you know, if only you were as smart as me, you'd vote the way that I do. I've actually had someone who was a senator's assistant who tried to pull... Actually, they were a conservative senator's assistant, I can say that. They tried to pull that with me in a conversation. It's like, if only you knew what I did, but is privileged information, you would vote the way I do. And I was like, that's not the way democracies work. I actually think I told her, it's like, well, you know, all your guys who are, you know, have all this important privileged information, like, I just really wish that you were all more convincing. Because if it's really so important, if like national security is on the line based on this opinion, I am not sold. I don't know. I kind of get it though, right? Like, especially if I'm in like in a heated, well, it wasn't exactly heated, but like, if I'm in like a debate or an argument with somebody on politics, particularly if like it's on an issue that I'm like really into, you know, like I'd like to pretend I'm just some, you know, sage philosopher who will only just evaluate the arguments on their merits, but like, of course I'm gonna fall into the same tricks that everybody else. There's a reason why these, you know, these tricks exist. It's just nice to be able to put a name to them and recognize them when they come up. That's ugly. Probably should have used that to heal, but I think it's the Mantis Lords. Yeah, I should be able to get the heal in. Actually, here's another thing that I can say on the econ side of things. I am obviously very opinionated on a lot of topics, And hopefully I've been a good enough student of this stuff that that I've been able to take my lessons and be able to apply them in terms of how I think about certain things. There is obviously no economic political consensus. So a really good example I'll give you is that one of the biggest proponents of carbon taxes is politically conservative. Greg Mankiw has been a political advisor to George W. Bush. I believe he advised Mitt Romney's campaign. But he's kind of I don't know if this is an actual like club as in has a organization in terms of an executive committee or whatever, but I'll call him the president of the Pigou Club. Pigou being the economist who sort of suggested the idea that we recognize as the carbon tax as basically the way to deal with the negative externality, that you find out the cost of the externality and you tax equal to that. You tax equal to it so that you arrive at the socially beneficial level of consumption. Now, obviously, unless you go back to something like the 1980s with like Thatcher and Mulrooney, and I mean, like, it's worth remembering that I think it was Nixon who signed the law that formed the EPA. So, like, it's not like, conservative parties have always been opposed to things like carbon taxes or environmental issues. But, like, it's really hard to find a modern conservative. And, of course, I'm speaking small c conservative, as in the ideology as opposed to the parties. You have to thank Trump, especially early presidency, for teaching you how to gaslight effective. Oh, God, yeah. But, yeah, like, this is a really important thing. This is a case of an economist who is studying the issue and is arriving at what is, at the moment, a politically inconvenient conclusion. And I think one of the challenges from people like Paul Krugman, or, I'll include Milton Friedman because I gave 80s references and stuff like that too. There is actually some value in doing the sort of philosophical navel-gazing part of economics. And I think that's actually one thing that people really like to talk about. And that does have a use. I gave this example before, if you like reading Naomi Klein, you'll know that the villain in every one of her books is the Chicago Boys and sort of Milton Friedman, who is definitely hardcore libertarian. One thing to respect about Milton Friedman is that he was very good at popularizing his ideas. And, if you think the idea of a volunteer army in the States is a good one, I believe that was in fact his libertarian ideals that led him to advocate for it and ultimately being adopted. That does not mean you should go out and buy a copy of Free to Choose and, just think that it would all be wonderful if we voted for Ron Paul or whoever the libertarian, head honcho is. But that's just an example in terms of how this sort of stuff can go through. And of course, if you're more of a sort of leftish persuasion, you probably like reading Paul Krugman and things like that. But it's very different from what you will see in an economics seminar. So, like, if you live where there's a good economics department that does, like, seminars, and if those seminars are available to the public, first, what's talked about will probably be incomprehensible. But number two, you're probably not going to be able to identify the politics of the people talking. Because, of course, what they're studying is essentially human behavior. They're looking at things that people have done. Usually they've collected some data and they are trying to estimate certain parameters of a model, and they're trying to get some information about how the world works. And that's obviously very different from what I think you get if you read, a lot of op-eds, which is, the world would be so much better if we just got rid of the taxes on everything, or the world would be so much better if we had 100% taxes on everything, or, take your op-ed of choice. And this is the tricky part, right? Which is, I know the thing that people like to talk about the most are sort of the philosophy bits. But I also sort of think that it's really important for me to flag The fact that when I'm engaging in that sort of stuff, which I do think has a useful play, like in small doses at least, there's a useful part to it. It's I don't think the credentials matter as much. Here's maybe one other example I'll give. There is a thing known as the first welfare theorem. I'm going to take a second here. I want to see if Wikipedia can give me a succinct statement that I think people will grab. Yeah, for sure. I do think that opinion's very. If you want a definition, you can just. Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely true. So, Wikipedia says fundamental theorems of welfare economics. There are two fundamental theorems of welfare economics. The first states that in economic equilibrium, a set of complete markets with complete information and in perfect competition will be Pareto optimal in the sense that no further exchange would make one person better off without making another worse off. The requirements for perfect competition are these. There are no externalities and each actor has perfect information. Firms and consumers take prices as given. No economic actor or group of actors has market power. The theorem is sometimes seen as an analytical confirmation of Adam Smith's invisible hand principle, namely that competitive markets ensure efficient allocation of resources. However, there is no guarantee that the Pareto optimal market outcome is socially desirable. Interesting, as there are many possible Pareto efficient allocations of resources differing in their desirability. That's actually a pretty good definition of it, but not exactly what I was looking for in terms of the material. So one of the things I would say, so it's actually really cool that they call out the idea of Pareto optimal. So the idea of Pareto optimality is that basically you can't make someone in the system better off without making someone else worse off. So here's a great example. I have a candy bar, you have a candy bar. There's 10 candy bars. So tell you what, the mature label is off the stream. It's fruit, strawberries. I have a strawberry, you have a strawberry. There's 10 strawberries on the table. A Pareto improvement would be, I get one other strawberry, you get another strawberry. Another Pareto improvement would be, I get all 10 strawberries, you still have one. Because again, at least one person has been made better off, and nobody's been made worse off. We can be then in the world where I have 11 strawberries, you have one strawberry, and you say, hey, wouldn't it be nice if we split this 6 and 6? Wouldn't that be fair? Let's even say that I am a heftier individual, like I work out and I need the extra energy, and so you say, tell you what, you get 8, I get 4. Wouldn't that be better? And I can turn around and say that's not Pareto efficient because I'm losing strawberries and you're getting them. When clearly we think that it would be better. I think most people would sort of accept that outcome is probably a more just one. So it is actually often very important to consider what people's definitions for optimal outcomes are when it comes to these kinds of conversations. But the one I found interesting was when I was learning about the welfare theorems, there was sort of this idea that basically so you have this idea of like the benevolent social planner. So you imagine like we're in a pure dictatorship. There's one person who decides where everything goes, but their only consideration is that everyone is made as well off as they can be. And then you compare that to this competitive equilibrium under the conditions that were just mentioned there. So, perfect information, perfectly competitive markets, everybody's a price taker. Basically the world we don't live in. But it's kind of like imagining that it's like imagining a frictionless environment in physics. Sometimes you just need to make you need to get on with the lesson. So you deal with an abstraction. And what's really interesting, you can learn a lot about how people teach you that theorem. Because basically, one of the things that you can say is, that's cool. When basically the idea here is that you can say the social planner will do no better than a perfectly competitive market under those conditions. You can also say that the perfectly competitive market does no better than the social planner in that scenario. The idea here is that... Now, I will say that you will have to do some convincing to suggest to me that such a social planner exists. But this is the really important thing. It is not actually an argument for perfectly competitive markets any more than it is an argument for a benevolent social planner. It's actually value neutral as to which of the two systems you adopt. It's just sort of saying that if you, the assumption usually is that the social planner is like a fiction and that it's hard to do. But it's really interesting. Like, you can get a little bit of an idea in terms of what people's commitments are, in terms of how they introduce that concept. Because again, the math is the math. It's an equality, right? If you present it as saying that, like the way I said it originally, the social planner can do no better than the perfectly competitive market. I've kind of already stacked the deck against the social planner, haven't I? Which is, again, I don't think people are trying to pull the wool. At least the professors I have, I don't think they were ever trying to pull the wool over your eyes. In fact, my micro prof called the first welfare theorem the most evil theorem in economics. So he did not mince words. Oh, I'm screwed. I think it's also just not a bad example, though, about how you can get people who are sort of looking at the same thing and coming up with these very radically different interpretations. And sometimes it's just a matter in terms of, again, sometimes it's the matter of defining optimality. Sometimes it's a matter of seeing what you take as your baseline. And then, of course, there's going to be, like, so I know Gavinator has we probably have the same think tank in mind, which is... the Fraser Institute. Like, it's kind of hard to see stuff coming out of the Fraser Institute and say, well, this was a work of scholarship with, that was just really trying to get down to the facts. So, it's not to put any of this kind of thinking on a pedestal. People are human. They're gonna make their... I've also seen stuff from, like, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives where I'm like, this is complete nonsense. I admittedly, like, I kind of know what to expect from the Fraser Institute, so I probably read less from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. I also think maybe the Fraser Institute's a little bit better at getting their stuff in the paper. But, like any given think tank's probably going to have its slant, and it's up to the reader to be discerning in terms of what they're taking in. But on the other hand, too, like, I think if a certain source is deceiving you on a fairly regular basis, you don't have to give them the benefit of the doubt. Oh yeah, the sun. See, this is a weird one for me because I came from BC originally, and Vancouver sort of since I was an adult. So for me, the sun was always the Vancouver sun, which is like the one, or at least at the time, I don't think it was a post-media property, or at the very least, like, it was not the sun that is the sun in, like, every other part of Canada. So I'd always hear these references. I guess the best I can sort of say to chat that doesn't live in Canada, it would be fair to say that the Sun is kind of like either a News Corp kind of tabloid, or I don't know. It's probably kind of the closest that you get. I can't even really say Murdoch-owned media, because like the Wall Street Journal's a News Corp property, but like everybody kind of knows the sort of tabloid we're talking about. When I say tabloid, I'm talking about like the shape of the paper. But yeah, anyway, I don't think anybody's under any illusions as to what the political leanings of the Sun. But I don't think the Vancouver Sun was necessarily that strident in its stances, let's say. Oh, actually so I'm not going to like pause the game for this. There is a really interesting branch of research that actually deals with bias in the media. And one of the most interesting things, so I'm reasonably convinced by these papers, and I should probably find the ones that I think are the really good ones, and maybe on like go to a Just Chatting and try and like replicate them. But one thing coming out of a lot of this research is the question. So it's like, especially in the States, you say it's like, well, the News Corp is destroying the country. It's making everybody conservative, and most of the work that's been done on it is really saying that these outlets are largely, like, bias in the media is largely a response to consumer preferences, as opposed to being a shaper of those preferences. Which, I'll be honest, kind of sucks for me, because I don't know how I'm not sure how we solve that. Which I realize is probably a controversial opinion, because I'm sure there's a lot of people who believe that their political beliefs do not need to be quote-unquote fixed. But I think it's also very fair to say that these media outlets are not necessarily very informative. And for the same reason that, like, a lot of stuff on YouTube that's not educational gets promoted, and people wind up, having some very unhelpful and possibly even dangerous beliefs, those media outlets kind of are responding the same. They're responding to the same mechanism. Basically, people are demanding it, and how the hell do I regulate what people are supposed to think? I don't think that's the job of the government. I would actually probably really not want to live in a country that regulates the... Okay, I gotta ask, Gavinator, did you actually buy Dogecoin? I'm thinking that you're doing a really good joke, but I'm mildly... You've mentioned it enough now that I'm actually... You actually bought it! Okay, fascinating. I don't even think I know where to buy it. So you are actually more involved in cryptocurrency than I am. I just have an opinion about it. Okay, so now I'm gonna have to do my homework and find out, give you the proper advice as to when to buy or when to sell your Dogecoin. By the way, the true answer to that is nobody knows. You know how the markets work, so I'm in trouble. Yeah. Well, see, this is the thing. Like, honestly, for pretty much any financial asset, the honest answer is I don't know. One of the things that I really liked about... so Renaissance Technologies is probably the best and one of the first quantitative hedge funds. So these are these people who write incredibly elaborate computer programs to, to do automated trading. To give you an idea of the sophistication that they have there, I would not even be remotely considered for a position there, because generally they hire like PhD physicists and computer scientists. Like, it is a mild defect to have a background in finance to work with them. And like the founder, James Simons, like was a theoretical physicist. Basically founded the math department at Stony Brook University. Worked as a cryptanalyst for the I think it was the NSA for a while. Really impressive guy. And actually, by the way, if you want an example of a billionaire who I think has done some good stuff with his money, I would like. You're up 81%. My God. Oh, of course, that's right. The Prince of Crypto is on there. Well done. But yeah, if you want to, okay, so this is like the existence of Jim Simons is not an argument for the existence of billionaires, but if you want an example of somebody who I actually think has done a good thing with his wealth, I am actually rather fond of James Simons. But anyways, when they were developing, like before Renaissance Technologies was, I am an idiot. Before Renaissance Technologies was sort of recognized for its particular skill in this field, while they were developing things, basically they were of the opinion that the financial press is basically a sham. That they look at the direction that an asset went, and then they try and look for some event that happened around the same time, and they say that that's what caused it, and in reality, nobody really knows what the heck is driving these things. My God. No, I don't think it's like a complete random walk in terms of asset prices and that. Like, I think there's probably a like there are fundamentals that you can probably track, and I think they do a reasonably good job of predicting long-term performance and so on and so forth. But like, I think for most financial markets, the only honest answer is I don't know, and that what you would say is my impression is, or I suspect that, or like basically, I think any useful discussion about financial markets should always be couched in uncertainty. Everyone grabs Doge to Musk tweets. I mean, it doesn't... Oh, sorry. I'm going to just pause for some tea because I've been talking a lot. Excuse me. One of my favorite things about Elon Musk's sort of branding as the king of crypto was somebody pointed out the terms for if you buy a Tesla using Bitcoin. So apparently the deal is if you get a refund on a Tesla that you bought with Bitcoin, Tesla has the option of paying you back in Bitcoin or US currency. So effectively, like, obviously they're going to pick the one that, like, if Bitcoin is appreciated in value, they're going to pay you back in US dollars. And if the value of Bitcoin has fallen, then they're going to pay you back in your Bitcoin. Which, let's face it, that's a wonderful deal for them, but holy smokes, do I not ever want to go into business with someone like that? Oh god, I'm an idiot. I don't even know why I tried to get fancy there. Okay, if I lose... Unbelievable. I think that's the first time I've lost the Soul Master. Last Friday you need to figure out how to buy Doge. It jumped 10% between the time that you wanted to buy and when you figured out how. That's fascinating. I mean, I was at another division. I had a colleague who really liked following. I think in their case it was Bitcoin, but never partook. The real shame for me actually is that I used to really be into financial markets. So like basically after film, I was working for a bank for a little while. And that so there are a couple of motivations for going to school. The first one was I really wanted to study philosophy. And then at the bank I sort of thought, well, you know, if I studied finance, I could probably get a job, a pretty good job, at the bank I was working for. And so the first thing I took was economics. And like I really, really liked economics, so that's eventually I just only studied that. But for the longest, like I definitely, like for a while I had a direct investing account, and I would pick individual stocks and invest them. I did well enough for myself, but like I sort of like I only have myself to blame if I lose, and frankly I just didn't want to spend the time on it anymore. That, and of course I went to school, so I went from having money to not having money. But yeah, I was actually a lot more into financial markets than put a small amount of money so you can be part of the community and buy the shirts without being a poser. Yeah, well, I think that's one of the important things about it too. Like when I was doing like individual stock picks, I was not like putting any kind of retirement savings or something like that into it. Like in the end, if you just want to, if you want to be part of the experience, or if you want to have some fun, I personally despise the comparisons between financial markets and gambling. But like, again, Salvation Army upbringing, right? Gambling is like alcohol consumption, gambling, like that's the worst ever. Like that would have been scandalous if I was doing any of that. And I don't really have any of the beliefs that I had when I was growing up in that environment. But it's kind of funny that I still reflexively have just kind of these embedded assumptions from that upbringing. So like my friends in Vancouver really like going to the casino, and I was like, oh god, I'm going to a casino for the first time. Like, what's it gonna be like? I'm just assuming this like Roman orgy kind of a level of depravity, where in fact it's actually a place for like really good food at low costs and lots of bright lights and stuff like that. Gangsters and prostitutes, yeah. And like my friends kind of went in and like they were playing slot machines, and like they just go in and sink their money into it, and like that was the experience. Like for them there was a full expectation that they would not come out ahead, and that it was a fun way to spend the evening. Much the same way that I have spent money on Hollow Knight, and I'm spending an evening with you good folks, sitting on my backside, not contributing anything to the world, just letting capitalist propaganda seep out into the airwaves. while a little animated bug hits a bigger animated bug. So, like, in that sense, like, all of a sudden, some of the, you know, financial speculation sort of made a bit more sense to me. Obviously, if you put, you know, the same way that my friend wasn't putting money that they needed towards their enjoyment at the casino, you know, you can have fun with a direct investing account or whatever financial speculation you do. But obviously, just like anything, you know, it's problem gaming, problem gambling. Obviously, I would never want to say the same thing to a friend who had a propensity to, you know, get over enthusiastic and put the rent money in their investing account. I'm an idiot. Okay, this is going to be tricky, but I think I can manage. I thought it was a rabbit. I've got a mask. If you're talking about my little guy, I've got a mask on. I don't think you ever get to see the face of the main character. Oh, I'm an idiot. I probably should have used that for healing, but I just want to I want to go aggressive and... Actually, I feel like all this talk about share prices and that, I should really play Off-World Trading Company again. Because the whole point of that, it's a real-time strategy game where you try to buy out your competitors. Oh! And Mohawk Games is actually a pretty cool developer. I know so the reason I've not done their most recent game, Old World, more often is because they're like when I export the Old World videos to YouTube, they actually get oh, I might have screwed myself. No, we're good. Oh, that's really interesting, Mosquito Controller. Because I remember there was that really good little cinematic where you get to see the Pale King and like all of the other like little knights just dropping into the abyss, and they definitely felt a lot more corporeal than suggested by that. But I suppose, like, again, you don't like. I don't think there's a lot of evidence to back up that feeling. It's just kind of the impression that I had gotten earlier on. Because they don't pay me enough to play it, yeah. But yeah, so in the case of Old World... Actually, funny story. I still can't say who it is, but I got one of my first offers to play a game for a fee a little while ago. So that was nice. I believe I can now actually... Well, sorry, I can't say it now, but when the paycheck arrives, I will be able to say I am a professional gamer. But yeah, so the drawback here is my YouTube videos get straight up muted when the game, like when the game music plays, and Twitch has started to keep track of copyright strikes. Hey, Valiant Cheese. Oh, actually, so for those of you, I'll wait till after the Marmu fight and I'll properly shout out Valiant Cheese, but I think Gavinator will like Valiant Cheese because you're both communists. And I can't remember, Gavinator, if I shared that supply chain game, but Valiant Cheese was the designer who let me come along and ruin his balance for that game. And if you haven't played the supply chain game, that will make absolutely no sense, but... Alright, well, not quite the way I wanted to be shouting out Valiant Cheese, but... Valiant Cheese does stream game development, so he's actually been working on a couple of... interesting projects lately. There's Bat Egg, which I have been failing at lately, as well as Bone Sweeper. But where I had originally discovered Valiant Cheese was through a game called Hive Time, which is a bee-themed city builder. It is a pay-what-you-want game. Actually, let me... should probably just give the link for this stuff, so... The best I can probably do is just direct you to his itch.io page. So he also gave me a key to the away team, which he collaborated on. But either way, Valiant Cheese is a game developer who I found through streaming his Pay What You Want city builder Hive Time, but was kind enough to invite me to come along on developing a little game that he had in mind called Supply Chain. It was sort of at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, and so it is all about managing supply chains for toilet paper. I like to point... So I highlight that background just simply because I think the... one of the things that's particularly useful about following Valiant Cheese's work, in addition to just making some games that you like... Incidentally, there's some more wider-known stuff that he's worked on that you've probably played. So if you played the Day of the Tentacle remaster, I think Full Throttle, Massive Chalice... Why am I tripping over all of these? Hand of Fate 2... He's worked with he's worked on a few projects like those, but what's really interesting about following Cheese's stuff is that he uses free and open source tools to make his games. So his games are made in the Godot engine, which is a free engine to use, and not just free like Unity, not charging you a fee for if you make below a certain amount of revenue, but like it is a proper open source tool that is maintained by a community. Oh, you're definitely wrong. Sorry, my apology. I think you've even said that when I misattribute your work on Massive Chalice as well, but I think it's because you were playing it one time that I had stopped by. But he's also talented across a number of dimensions, so he'll do music for his games, although in the case of Supply Chain, that was a hired composer, also for Hive Time. He's done the audio recording. I think, yeah, I seem to recall you were doing some audio work on Bone Sweeper when I stopped by. He's done modeling in a tool called Blender, which is... So if you think that Blender is only for people who are cheapskates, it's worth remembering that Patrick Soderlund's new company, Embark Studios, is also using Blender, and they've got a whole... production pipeline built around writing everything in the Rust language. So they're doing some interesting stuff with tools that are sort of... Their whole thing was to try and have a very small, highly productive team. And again, using a lot of... That better, Gavinator? Anyways, for those of you that are interested in game development, and I know there's a number of you who are, I do think... he's just sleeping. I think a number of you would actually really like checking out Cheese's stuff, because I know there have been some people saying that they're interested in game development, and there's definitely something, to me at least, there's definitely something interesting in seeing someone who's made stuff that you like making something in tools that you have access to. So, you know, actually, you know, the funny thing for me is that my greatest sources of inspiration have usually been from people screwing stuff up. When I see something awesome, I'm always like, oh man, I'm never gonna make something that good. But when I see something that like I don't like, I'm always like, oh man, I could do that way better. Like, I totally need to do this thing now. Cheese is an exception to that. But the thing is, though, I know that most people do tend to find a little bit more oh God, what is wrong with me? And seeing, you know, good work being done, and just sort of being able to see that there is in fact a human being behind it. Actually, Gavinator will be able to appreciate this one. Can you take a moment to highlight the fact that I'm nailing this fight while talking, and accomplishing that represents a feat of progression from the first time? Oh, thank you. And then I get bopped a bunch? Yeah. I've regressed a little bit. I've definitely talked a lot this stream. I'm screwed. I definitely had some good runs, and then I've definitely talked a lot, so I've sort of regressed a bit. But I'm totally gonna I'm gonna get back to the good mode for sure. He's cheating. Oh no! So Gavinator will probably appreciate this story more than others, but I've been going through the Epic versus Apple lawsuit documents. You know, as one does, right? Whenever I'm just sitting on the toilet, it's like, let's read some Discovery docs. But what I found was really interesting was so Epic was trying to calculate something that is known as the price elasticity of sort of V-Bucks. So price elasticity is basically the responsiveness of a... okay, actually, has anybody in chat seen a TV show called The Wire? It's an old HBO show. Like, The Wire is kind of from the time that HBO was getting the reputation for being like HBO. And I think it was a big, like, breakout role for Idris Elba. Okay, saw season 2. That's the one with the Union Act, right? That's actually not a bad one. I don't know if this scene was in season 2. You know of it, but have never watched. Okay. So, one of the drug dealer characters, Stringer Bell, is in community college and is taking an economics course. And specifically uses it to be, like, better at what he does. And they actually talk about elasticity in the course. So there's like a scene where they have like a drug front, and it's like, you know, you're all treating this like we've got an inelastic product, but what we've actually got is an elastic product. But in any case, the own price elasticity is basically the responsiveness of customers to price changes. So if you have an inelastic good, it means that people are not very responsive to price changes. This is one reason why you tend to see a lot of sin taxes. Governments are in a really tricky spot when it comes to smoking. If taxes on smoking were all about health, they'd ban smoking. One of the things that makes it really hard to ban smoking is that smoking is inelastic. Like if you're a smoker, that price can keep going up, and you're probably gonna pay it. And governments like inelastic goods for taxes because people, again, they don't buy less of it in response to the increased price through taxes, and as a result, revenue goes up. Whereas if it's elastic, people are very responsive to price changes. So that means if it goes on discount, I'm so screwed. Like if it goes on discount, you see people buy a whole lot, and if the price goes up, you see people buy quite a bit less of it. So generally, if you have an inelastic good, it doesn't make so there's like a reason you don't see sales at gas stations for fuel, or I'm trying to think of like another example, like at grocery stores, you probably don't see a discount on salt. Like chances are you're not going to buy a bunch of extra salt if they give you a 20% off coupon. But chicken or beef, yeah, you'll probably respond to that. So calculating price inelasticities is not easy, but it can be very helpful for companies because it will help them decide on sort of pricing strategies and get a bit of an idea in terms of how consumers are going to react to certain decisions that they're making. And in the case of the Apple dispute, they were trying to make a decision about lowering the price for V-Bucks so that people would use the Epic, the Epic payment system rather than the Apple ones, and then the Samsung or the Android, all the different other storefronts. But the Apple is the thing that's being talked about in the lawsuit. So there is a calculation for the price elasticity. Incidentally, they say that the amount that they were going to discount it by, there would not be enough kind of a consumer response to make them whole, that they would basically be taking a loss on the discount that they were making. But what I thought was really interesting was I was doing this article that I talked about a couple of streams ago. You'd end up with a salt roof. Yeah, sorry, I forgot who was in. Yeah, I forgot who was in the chat. Everything I say about price elasticities does not apply to everything that Gavinator. When Gavinator's in the chat. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean that's effectively what they need to do to compete with Steam. Like the experiment's already been run with GOG. It's already been run with Humble. Like everybody who's tried to go toe to toe with Steam is not making the dent. And I mean, I'm not really all that warm to this lawsuit, but there is a lawsuit against Steam now about its 30%. So like it's the season of discontent. I am actually I'm pretty favorable to a lot of the stuff Epic's doing. I actually don't really care that much for the Apple lawsuit. Like I think the argument they're making is not. I think they are relying on a very novel definition of market. on that thing. So I am generally warm to the Epic Store. On the Apple front, I'm actually not very convinced by them. And there are actually some specific factors that I don't like about the way that they've gone. But I guess that's neither here nor there. What was I trying to say? Oh yeah, sorry, I was talking about price and elasticity. So, or price elasticities rather. So, what I found kind of funny is I was writing this blog. I mean, the word count's around 5,000 words now, so I'm definitely going to need to do some pretty heavy editing on this one. And then Tanya Short of KitFox Games actually responded to an email I sent her, and she gave me like 4 really good ideas of stuff I could do with that data set. So I'm probably gonna have like, I'm gonna pare back the writing, and then I'm gonna have like another 6,000 words that I add based off of her feedback. Which, credit to her, because I'm assuming like they're still working on Boyfriend Dungeon, so, and whatever projects they haven't announced yet, which I do not know about the existence of, but I'm assuming exist because they're a going concern. But anyways, the funny thing is that when I was writing that article, I was trying to... One of the things that I do is I do my own calculation of the multiplier that you apply to the number of reviews that a Steam game gets to try and estimate the number of people who've bought it. And I do wind up with a number that's higher than what the other sort of big names that have... what the big names. I am not an other big name. I am a name. I'm not even a name. I'm some guy. Oh god, if I lose on this one, I'm gonna be so mad. But yeah, I wind up with a higher number, and I sort of wanted to address that people shouldn't pay too much attention to the fact that it's a bigger number. Please work. There we go. So what I did was I cut the data set in half. Like I took the middle 50% of the variables. 10K is the number of observations I'm using in that analysis, actually. But yeah, so basically I took the middle 50. And then I went for like a 60% confidence interval or something like that. Like I tried to make it as narrow as possible. And like, to me, I was saying it's like 60% confidence interval, like nobody's going to pay attention to that. Like that is so obviously biased towards the, well, you know I have a higher opinion of the Galionkin. But yeah, like I was looking at the 60% and I was like, you know, this is so obviously biased towards like one particular number in here. Nobody would take that seriously. And the reason I did that was basically because the estimates that like Jake Burkett and Simon Carles had come up with still fell within that interval. So I wanted to say it's like, even though this number I've gotten is higher, like even if I bias it towards my numbers seeming like a big new innovative one, even if I sandbag the numbers to try and like make this thing seem statistically different, it's not statistically different. And the reason why I think Gavinator will laugh about this is because then I went and read the discovery documents and Epic's like measures of elasticity, and they did have a 95% confidence interval, but then below it they gave a 67% confidence interval, which I have literally never seen in any other context before. And I was like, okay, clearly the standard that I am applying to my like clearly the standard that I am applying to like this work that I'm doing, like my background, if anything, is going to be academic economics. Like I don't think I've ever seen a paper with less than either 95% confidence intervals or like 5% significance. They're kind of equivalent. And for a lot of them, they're like 1% or 99% confidence intervals. And I have actually been sitting on a whole bunch of research for people who've given me data that I have not sent to them because I was like, well, you know, it's like marginal if I chose a little more permissive significance level, but I'm like, but you don't do research that way. You pick your significance level and then you do the test and you say whether or not it turned out. And then I just see this totally invented standard in a literally multi-million-dollar decision, and I'm like, okay, I need to chill out. I think I need to start being a little more. I think I need to start being a little more open with the conclusions, because if Epic can do it, I'm pretty sure an indie can do it. Reference the lawsuit all the time. As Epic, yeah. So the 67% confidence interval is pioneered by... I should not talk during that fight. Could we get some diamond hands in the chat for Gavinator? I hope it doesn't go up too much. Like, what am I... Who are the cool people I'm going to talk with at work if you get enough to retire on? Don't got no stocks, but you do got this stomp. So, I realize that financial terminology is probably not something that's going to come up a lot in hip-hop, but I was really hoping that at some point there would be some kind of rap lyric where somebody would say, I don't got the stocks, but I got the flows. Or I guess it would just be, I've got the flow. But I feel like that would be a particularly good rap lyric. Something of a niche audience, but... The worst time for me to do magic is basically every time that I do magic, which is, it seems like they've been hanging around for a while, and then I like push the button. But of course, if they've been hanging around a while, it's most likely that they're gonna vanish. Still, it's hard for me to break that habit. Nuts. Someone made a Doge FOMO calculator. What is the calculation for Doge FOMO? Is it like the amount that you... Is it the amount that you would have made had you invested at X time? If you had bought Apple stock instead of getting an iPod back in... You know, just a bunch of random numbers multiplied by 0. Oddly enough, you've actually just described my my algorithm for encrypting all of my data. Put it all into a bunch of random numbers, multiply by 0. They'll never know what I wrote. Then again, neither will I. I'm gonna put the oblobles to bed, and then I'll read what was in. Well, I'll try and read it earlier, but I don't like blaming chat for stuff. But I want to try and get a good proper run in. Ah, nuts. What money you put in last Friday and January 1st this year would be, good lord, $500,000 in profit. Starting to stumble a bit. Ah. Oh, not good. Oh boy. January is when you became aware of Dogecoin because of the GameStop squeeze. Gotcha. Yeah, the funny thing for me about the GameStop squeeze is that I actually think it's the worst possible example of, like, so a lot of people try to frame it as it being like Occupy Wall Street but more effective. And the funny thing for me is that the only people I've ever seen, like, consistently profiting from it are like the person who mismanaged GameStop and the people who like pushed the short squeeze, but like the people who got involved in the mania were the ones who like lost out. But I also know that it's kind of like when I talk about EA. Like, I think I've got reasonably good arguments about it. I also know that nobody's going to listen to it. Or the Epic Store. So I guess the one thing I can say now is that GameStop has announced that they're like basically they're going to issue stock based on market events. So like the idea is that if another Mania carries on, then they're going to cash in on it. Which does mean, like in that particular case, they will be profiting from the well, not profit, but they'll be raising money off of the inflated price. Obviously, the people that they're selling it to are going to be people who assume that they're going to be able to sell it at a higher value, and it's GameStop. Like, for crying out loud, we know that that's just going to be money that gets set on fire. It used to be really dominant, and they didn't respect game developers, and frankly, I don't think they really respected their customers, and I'm not entirely convinced they're doing anything to, you know, to turn that around. Like, everybody's just building a house of cards and hope they can bail before it collapses. Yeah, I mean, there are, it depends on the specifics of a given company. There can be some cases where buying at an inflated price is still, like in this case, you're not necessarily waiting for a greater fool. Oh wow, they're staggered on this now. It doesn't always have to be waiting on a greater fool. So, like, obviously, Amazon has never really looked cheap over the past, like, 5 years. But clearly, if you'd bought Amazon at that price, you'd be better off. But obviously, the GameStop thing is, like, the whole short squeeze thing is basically about the idea that there's nothing about the stock other than the way that hedge funds had positioned themselves to, you know, to justify that particular price. So, in the case of like cryptocurrency, it's a little bit that's a little bit different because, like, I guess in the case of Bitcoin, what some people are trying to I think what some people are kind of banking on is the idea that this will become a proper currency like any of the other ones. And so basically people are getting in early for the appreciating value. But you think a better strategy is to seize all publicly traded companies and restructure them as cooperatives? Make all the gas companies into the original Petro-Canada. It's a shame Uncle Cranky isn't here. He always gets annoyed whenever I bring up communist stuff. Alright. So, movement tends to help me quite a bit on this fight, so I'll try and bring some of that back in. Ugh. Oh, why did I jump? It's the worst possible thing I could have done there. Oh. The game had mercy on me there. They totally could have taken me out. Okay, coming into Nosk with 2 masks. We, there's hope, but it's going to be a tricky one at the start. Ugh. It's kind of cool I could bounce on his head like that, though. Okay. So I've got a little damage on them, but no no proper heal yet. Okay, goop's coming, so we'll be a little careful. Okay, at least I got my full masks back. Ah, why did I do that to myself? I need those souls for magic to end this fight early, not constant healing. Okay, not great, but... Ooh, that was a good hit. Okay, I got a little greedy there, but... This platform is a godsend. I know the Radiant version of this fight doesn't let you have the platform. Okay. Oh! He's jumping up. Oh boy. Oh, this is not good. Okay, going after the Flukmarm with one... I think I can manage this, but I gotta be on my my best behavior. Oh boy. Ah, I needed more. Okay, I'm just gonna deal with the ads for a starter. No way. Unbelievable. All right. Yeah. That's a real shame. That Nosk fight was really ropey, but I think probably my passiveness on that Flukmarm fight was one of the things that did me in. But that's fine. I at least got past Marmu and took out Nosk, so I can tighten things up a little bit and try and make some progress. I will admit I'll be a little disappointed with myself if I don't get to the at least to the final fight, because technically I've only really seen the hollow, like the something or other vessel. Infected vessel, I think it's called. Sorry, I'm scratching my nose. Good lord, I got hit twice by the same blade. Or nail. Yeah, I was asking for that. There's definitely a couple things I can do to sort of tighten up the performance on these. Number one, turning off chat. No, chat's the real appeal. You know, I could play this on my own if I really wanted, but being able to share the experience with everyone is definitely part of the fun for me. One of the things that's really fun, I tell this story probably a little bit more than I should, but there was a streamer I knew who was a quote-unquote positivity streamer. The thing is that I also knew what they were like when they were feeling like they weren't getting the attention that they quote-unquote deserved. And needless to say, they were not a very positive person in private, which is a Twitch thing, right? Like, you know, I definitely know streamers that I have talked with personally who wrap themselves up in the Black Lives Matter cause, but I have heard them tell a certain type of joke which is totally not okay. And I said so at the time, but, you know, like, this is just it, right? It's the same that you see in a lot of stuff, right? There's people who are going to present themselves one way in an entertainment venue, and then the way that they're going to behave in private is totally inconsistent with what they're presenting. And we're only ever going to know a subset of those people. Going straight to your diary. So, like, that guy's hypocrisy is not a major, like, needless to say, there is worse hypocrisy that I have personally seen on this platform than somebody being a lot less positive than they present themselves to be on stream. What I did find, though, was they were like a primarily Fortnite streamer at the time, and like obviously Fortnite is a really big category, and if you're a small streamer, like nobody's gonna know you exist. And so one of the big Fortnite streamers, like we're talking top 5 Fortnite streamers, got drunk and decided that he was gonna blow the mind of someone like at the bottom of the list. And so did this host, and like I have a screenshot of the guy like being in the top 5 of Fortnite streams. I did that so that like they could have the memory. And like to me, like this for this guy, this was his chance at having like a big break, because you know if the idea is that you're some undiscovered talent, and that your stream's actually really good and you're just waiting for an audience, like presumably if the guy is as entertaining as he thinks he is, the people are going to follow and they're going to come back when their favorite streamer isn't on. And I know this has happened because I've seen it happen. But what happened was he started doing bad and poorly in the game, and then he was blaming chat, and actually eventually one of the new people called him out on it and is like, are you blaming chat for like losing your games? And sure enough, like it goes down from tens of thousands of viewers, and then a few minutes later it's I suck. Within a couple of minutes it's like down to single thousands. A couple minutes later it's like a few hundred. And then I think that, to the credit of that bigger streamer, like some of his community really held on to try and give the guy a chance. Like they sort of said, it's like, maybe he's just never had an audience this big before. Like maybe he doesn't have to, but like just constantly throughout, he was like really trying to reassure everyone that he was actually really good at the game. And that was just because so many people were talking and like following that he was doing badly. And then it's like, oh, like why would somebody hang out during that, right? It's like just constantly, it's like if you weren't here I'd be winning. It's like, who wants to hear that? Imagine telling your younger self, depending on your age, in the 2020s you'll watch your friends play video games for 3 hours. Will you get to play? No, you don't get a turn. Yeah, actually this is the one thing that really surprised me when I started doing this Gavinator, is that a large part of my audience, at least when I was doing it in Vancouver and keeping better track of this stuff, were people who used to like playing video games and either didn't have the time or the inclination to continue playing themselves, but really enjoyed the experience of kind of playing vicariously through someone. And that was part of the draw is just because, I mean, for a game like this that's a little more action-oriented, I don't know if there's a whole lot that I can talk about strategy-wise, but apparently some of the draw was the fact that I explained why I was doing what I was doing. So, like the funny thing is, I don't actually watch that much Twitch. I'm like I'm a write-only streamer. But, or I mean, better still, like not just the fact that this happens, but the fact that Amazon paid $1 billion for it. Yeah, exactly, Valiant G. Like, you know, I always say that basically streaming adds about a difficulty level and a half to a game. But, like, if any of you are here for quality gameplay, I've got some really bad news for you. Like, I'm obviously I'm not the best Hollow Knight. Like, this is the challenge about doing stuff on the internet, right? Like, you know, if I wanted to try and do a stream on the basis of being a good Hollow Knight player, my competition for that is literally the world. Like, if the appeal is to see someone playing, you know, Hollow Knight at the top level, I believe you are actually worse when we're one-on-one. Yeah, it's the conversation about economic topics that or financial topics that that gives me my juice. It's probably true, actually. I'm gonna heal instead of use the magic. Well, I guess healing is magic, but oh, I'm an idiot. Fingers clicking 10% faster. That's the anger. Anger just gives me, it heightens my senses, gets the adrenaline running. But yeah, like, you know, there's any number of reasons why playing a game becomes more difficult when you're streaming. But I don't know, like, even like there's ways of letting chat know that they're being kind of disruptive. Why isn't all the communists show up to watch? So angry. Oh, damn it. Like that's a perfect example of me taking damage from reading chat. Do I think, like, am I going to blame losing the run off of this? No, I can heal it right now, right? It's up to me to decide when I read chat. And one great way that you can inform a chat about, like, talking on the phone while, yeah. Hey, Fragus, how you doing? You know, there's an easy way to inform chat about the difficulty of playing the game while you're engaging. Like, you could say, hey, I really need to focus on this. I'll try and respond when I'm in a better spot. You know, my view is that ideally you're giving people something like what they want. You know, I notice I didn't say you're being entertaining, because obviously there's a limited number of people who want to listen to me rant about short-selling stocks. It's kind of up to you to decide whether or not I'm sufficiently entertaining to keep watching. I'm doing quite well, Fragus. There's some interesting people in chat I'm having a fun time talking with. And this is definitely a very worthwhile game. I don't normally play this style of game, and it has done a really good job like it's kind of opened up the possibilities of Metroidvania style games for me. Like, I think this game has done a really good job of showing to me why people like this style of game. Because, like, I've not played Metroid, I've not played Castlevania, and the times that I have played games like those, I've not always quite, like, gotten into what they're trying to do. I think Hollow Knight does not dumb it down at all, but it presents it in a really attractive way that has enabled me to appreciate sort of what these games are trying to do, and I have a feeling that I'm going to be able to go to other games like Axiom Verge and Ori and the Blind Forest, maybe even revisit some of the ones that I didn't do so well with in the past. I'm a dummy. I think chances are if my strategy is relying on staying still and not getting hit, I should reevaluate that strategy. Oh, I'm so lucky there. Unbelievable. Am I reading from a script? Yeah. I've actually done that. I haven't exactly... Okay, I haven't read from a script before. I have done a pre-recorded video without people noticing before. 100% of the people in your dining room right now are here for short stop. The kids have been put to bed already. But yeah, Fraggist, I really think that this game, lives up to the hype and has done I think it's done a very good, job of, fell asleep listening. Nuts, got a little greedy there. Don't buy games not on sale anyway. Actually, we were talking about that a little bit earlier. But yeah, no, it's definitely whenever you're waiting to pull the trigger, it's definitely one that I'm happy. So one of the sort of, I don't know if I want to say long-term viewers, but one of the people who stops by the chat every once in a while, Eyes of Sin, sort of gently pushed me to play the game. I think it's a favorite of theirs, and they I don't know, they'd recommended it and said, actually your daughter was concerned that you only had 4 people watching. Called a few minutes ago, so they're up to 6. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I'll actually admit, Gavinator, there was a while when I could sort of reliably get sort of double-digit viewers, and something at least partially there was a change to the algorithm. And I mean, let's face it, like, it's easy to see why something like this I would be in low single digits for, because I've spent a lot of time talking about something that's not Hollow Knight, right? Like, that's not necessarily what everybody's signing up for on a Hollow Knight stream, and, you know, it's a choice that I made, right? I want to appeal to the people who are here. I want to talk about that sort of stuff, but I can't turn around and say, "Oh God, why isn't anybody watching me?" It's like, because it's, you know, not necessarily going to be interesting to everyone. But yeah, the numbers thing has been something that sometimes stresses me out a little bit. Maybe Hollow Knight is an analogy for shorting stocks. Perfect. Oh God, actually that was the same positivity streamer, I say positivity in quotes, I think tried to blame my sarcastic tendencies in their chat, which originally, like, they had sort of been like, "Oh no, you're fine," you know, like I'd covered with them that you know, that was fine and they knew where it was coming from. But after that streamer thing, it's like, you know, yeah, I lost so many of those viewers because, like, you know, you're kind of sarcastic, so if you could cut back from that. And, like, I just told him, it's like, you didn't lose those viewers because I was being sarcastic. You lost those viewers because they came here specifically to help out a smaller streamer, and you only constantly told them that you were being bad at the game because they were there. So... needless to say, they felt that I didn't have an appropriate attitude for their stream, and I agreed. The speech the viewers needed. I find it hard to justify buying stuff on sale since you've got more game Yeah, I haven't quite fully gotten into the mode where I've sort of stopped acquiring games. So the fact of the matter is like games are... So like, a game in 2021 is not the same as a game from 2016. You know, if I want to play Hard Space Shipbreaker, there's really only one Hard Space Shipbreaker out. And if I really want to play that, the cost of playing it at a time when it's not on sale is, you know, free for all to see. But obviously, if you have equally attractive... Why did I think I could get away with that? If you have equally attractive options, obviously it makes sense to, you know, to wait on sale. Like, obviously you want your... You kind of want your dollar to go as far as you can as a consumer. So, you know, another example out of this, like, I really like Firaxis games. It is highly likely that if/when Civilization 7 comes out, I will probably buy that. I will probably pre-order that. Because, frankly, I really like Civilization, and I want to play another Civilization. And in fact, while I've never intended it to be that way, whenever a new Civilization comes out, I almost always wind up spending an all-nighter with it. So... Nuts. Sorry, I'm going to be ignoring chat for a little bit just while I... not that it's going to help. Go for it, go for it! Yes! Okay. I walked into that. All right. Up 87. Getting the Doge updates. That's frustrating. Okay. I'll try and get some ooh, now I gotta get the healing. I'm dead. I think it was worth I do think it was worth trying to go for that heal, but as soon as I saw the Oblobble move towards me, it was like it was over. So if statistically speaking, I'm not going to play the game anyway, owning more... Yeah, well, and that's just it. Like, if the idea of people, like, buying something to have it is a little silly. Particularly because I've got, you know, a subscription service now, right? So I have EA Play, and there's this wonderful stream of new games that I can try. Actually, Fragist, a friend of mine who used to work at EA moved to Relic so that they could work on Age of Empires 4. I haven't heard from them in a while. I hope they're doing well, but I was really excited for them because I didn't realize how much that series meant to them. I know some people say that I'm a real-time strategy gamer. I'm not. Real-time strategy is one of the genres I'm actually not very good at. Doesn't mean I don't like them. I actually enjoy them quite a bit. I know my limits. So I never quite got on the Age of Empires train, which is a shame because I actually had a friend at school from France, and that was like the one game she knew, which was Age of Empires. So I'm busy trying to explain like Darkest Dungeon and whatnot, and I was a little greedy on the timing. At this point, I just want to get through these fights early so that I can take out the stuff that that I have trouble with. I'm an idiot. Type of bed for you. You have to get up early to fight the old ladies for the discounted meat and produce. It was really great having you in chat, Gavinator. I'm sorry I didn't get to show you some more progress on this, but it was a lot of fun to hang out. I hope you're doing well overall. And thank you for keeping me company while I go through my struggles. Good luck with Doge, by the way. I'd love to know how that turns out for you. I'm not on Facebook very often, but I do know a few people who that's like my only way of really that's really my only way of communicating with them. So I do pop in every once in a while, and yeah, I'm interested in hearing how this adventure goes. Although I'll probably keep an eye on it now that I know someone. Okay, now that I know someone whose opinions I care about owns it, because like my animator friend from school, they can go to hell. Like I'm not gonna lie. There's something really galling about someone who has just discovered finance through Reddit explaining to me how financial markets work, because this guy knows I know my stuff. But yeah, anyways, best of luck. It's funny, you'd always felt like you were into RTS games as much as anything else. You didn't have a lot of genre allegiance, but none of the positive experiences you had with Dune, AoE, StarCraft, Warcraft, Star Wars, RTS franchises were ever about playing well. Actually, the one RTS I did want to try and get back into, because I never really spent a lot of time with it, was StarCraft 2. But around the time I was thinking of that, that was when that Blitzchung ban happened for Hearthstone. And I don't really do a lot of product boycotts, and part of it is just because I remember, I knew someone who boycotted American products to protest the war in Iraq. And to a point where they weren't wearing deodorant and they were not shaving because all of their shaving cream options were American products. And I mean, it was a principled stand. They were there has to be consequences for these things. We need to hold the line and so on and so forth. And they were I knew them for a fixed period of time, so I don't know how that ended, but I mean, obviously the reasons for that boycott haven't gone away. So either this person has, really disrupted their life, or at some point they've stopped and they're, they've stopped and it's okay, but what happened to your principles then, right? So for me it was okay, well, for the duration of the ban, which I think was a year or something like that, I'm going to uninstall Battle.net and I am not going to play Activision Blizzard games. And obviously that's changed, or not. It's not changed, but like the time is now gone. But the thing is I haven't really missed it, so I haven't actually gotten back to reinstalling that launcher. But like that's kind of the big one for me, is that I think it's very helpful to have some really clearly defined boundaries, because at that, like, I'm not really interested in empty gestures. So like if I'm gonna say I'm doing this for X reason and X reason doesn't change, then I either need to commit to not, to like saying I'm cutting this out of my life, which is probably not going to happen for certain types of games for me. Or then I just need to turn around and say, it's like, yeah, well, nothing happened, so I guess, I didn't really believe in that strongly. But yeah, this is the thing. I mean, this, I think, is the reason why so many games wind up taking up, like, your entire hard drive now. It was shockingly easy for me to cut Blizzard games out of my diet as soon as I uninstalled that launcher. Like, I don't miss playing Diablo. I have a little bit of a wish to see what it's like to play StarCraft 2. Not enough that I have reinstalled the Blizzard launcher, because if I want to play an RTS game, there's also the remastered Command & Conquer, which I haven't tried. I actually haven't even played the base Command & Conquer. I guess there's the Red Alert one, is the one that I would have played. Okay, I'm in trouble. It's funny, I was doing so much better on these at the start of the stream. Oh, good lord. Yeah, I don't know, like, it might just be kind of moral cowardice on my part that I don't take a stronger stance on some of these, like, boycott sorts of things, but I kind of figure if I'm gonna make that step, I should probably be somewhat thoughtful in it and say, like, what exactly are the conditions under which I would start doing this thing again? Like, if the company does not fall to its knees in response to what I did. Like, so actually, here's a good example. Like, I am not at all happy with what Humble Bundle has been doing lately. Humble raised its... Like, so the last Humble Bundle I got, which was specifically so I could get some editing software, the mandatory Humble tip was 50% of the purchase. 50%. The charity got the smallest cut. I was really angry about that. Now they're bringing the sliders back, but if you read the wording of that, they haven't committed to keeping the sliders that way. They've committed to reevaluating the way that they're doing this, doing this thing. And I've talked about for a while how they have been trying to hide how much they're taking out of their charity bundles. Like, they've been for the longest time they were making it difficult to do that, and then they just removed the option entirely, at least for me. So, the thing for me would be, it's like, okay, well, at what point do I stop, having a Humble affiliate thing? The sliders actually, on a practical point for me, would be a point where it's just not economically viable for me to keep doing the Humble affiliate. Because if the slider goes away, then effectively I'm relying on volume. And as a smaller broadcaster, a smaller and shrinking broadcaster, obviously I can't rely on volume. I was willing to sort of put up with a bit of scumminess, in the sense that they were making it harder to, to make sure that you direct the money towards the charity. Making it so that they would take half of your bundle and give the smallest amount to charity was definitely a point where I was like, you know what, I'm probably going to cut this thing out. And, you know, at this point now, I'm just waiting for the next outrage from them. But on the other hand, I honestly do think, like, reacting, like, I don't, even though I maybe don't participate in that sort of thing a lot myself, I actually do think there is, I do think people should probably vote with their wallets more often. Like, you know, as I'm a lot more, I'm a lot less bothered by microtransactions and like DLC than most gamers are. And I just think mostly because it's really clear that game companies have been told exactly where gamers' priorities are. It's a system that works. I will actually tell you that I can think of examples where games I like have sort of been punished and said that they were abandoned because there wasn't a live service component to them. I'm thinking specifically of Star Wars Squadrons. So in that environment, right, like, of course game developers are going to follow live service options. Oh, that's 2 masks I just threw away on Nosk. And I'm at one of the parts I struggle with. Okay, got a bit lucky there. Ooh, got very lucky there. Maybe I can make it? Yes! Nuts. Okay, magic is for hitting now. Oh. Nuts. All right, well, I can at least heal up. But yeah, like, the biggest thing is that oftentimes the only way you can really vote is with your wallet. So in those cases, like, I try, even though I don't necessarily do a lot of boycott stuff myself, I do tend to respect people who do make that move, just because in many ways it's going to be something that a company directly notices. Okay, I think I can heal up. Oh, I've definitely got a pattern for this one. This should be a piece of cake. Okay. The broken vessel. Oh boy. Okay, kind of screwed that up, but I didn't even pay attention to that. Oh, okay. Ah. I got a little lucky there. Unbelievable. Okay, I think it's time that I practiced on this guy, because there's some really obvious stuff that I should have paid attention to. The biggest failure on that one was actually forgetting that those orange ads come back. So it's pretty clear that the wall that I'm running into right now is not being familiar enough with this fight. So I think it's time that I went and Okay, so first of all, I can clearly afford to be a lot more aggressive with this guy. And what I'm going to try and do here is not take advantage of healing. Oh yeah, that was sloppy, but we beat him again. So yeah, number one, I think because it's in the context of the Pantheon, I'm letting myself get way too cowed. So Radiant's going to be a real test here, because obviously I almost died on that first round. But let's see if I can learn discipline now. So the problem with those two previous ones was that I didn't actually really learn a whole lot on the signals about what's coming up. So that's what this Radiant one's going to teach me. So this one's going to be a little scary. There we go. Cool. Doesn't really seem that hard, does he? I will admit, part of this is just I do feel really tired getting so close to the end of the Pantheon, and I need to stop being a baby about it. I'm I'm also getting sloppy on the ones where I feel a little more confident, so just a little more, I think a little more discipline over the next few fights would be good. Oh, I did, wasn't last week when I did the Red Death mode? Yeah, time doesn't mean what it used to in the current environment, so... Back to the SC2, you're disappointed that doesn't have much in the way of in-game play storytelling that made StarCraft Brood War so interesting, so I gotta catch up after I clobber the crystal. It's got some good bits, but feels unnecessarily drawn out as a whole. You came to the other end of the three-part series feeling like you've gotten off better. This is the funny thing, like, I don't know if I've ever actually played, I don't think I've ever played Brood War. I don't know if I played the original StarCraft campaign to the end. I'm just trying to think of some recent real-time strategy games that I've really liked. I guess Stellaris kind of counts, but it's kind of unique. You know, I guess the Dawn of War series... Oh, yeah, actually, I was playing a little bit of Company of Heroes 2 as well. Yeah, I don't know. I felt Dawn of War 3 was very poorly treated by its fan base. In fact, one of the things that annoys me the most... Now, this is very much a matter of taste, so I can sort of get that... Paradox Grand Strategy is its own genre at this point, but I would definitely say that Stellaris is as 4X-y as the Paradox Grand Strategy games get. And while it is true that it takes place in real time, the thought processes are definitely ones that are more akin to playing a game like so. Like the fact that it is a real-time game is not a very useful descriptor of like what kind of things are going on in your head while you're playing that game. So I would say, you know, if someone doesn't know, I'm an idiot. If someone doesn't know what a grand strategy game is, 4X would probably be the closest. Description that would fit. Because obviously a lot of the time that we talk about genres are just really like, what can I compare this to? Do I think this is something that I'll like? Like, obviously we're not trying to come up with some, you know, perfect and unshakable definition of what it all is. One of the things that disappointed me the most about the reception of Dawn of War 3 is how the kind of the lessons that they took from MOBAs in the multiplayer mode were seen as like an inherently negative thing. Like the fact that there were some things that were in MOBAs that were brought into multiplayer was out of hand bad. Because I'm like, well, most of the time when, you know, games do new things or they take good ideas from, you know, other genres, like, that's innovation, and that's the sort of thing I like that makes me buy a new version of a game as opposed to playing the old games that I have. And I was never really given an argument for why, you know, MOBA-ish elements being present was bad. And in particularly in a series like Dawn of War, which has usually had some fairly unconventional mechanics for an RTS in them, it seemed to me that the series was doing what the series has always done, which is to, you know, not just carbon copy the previous game and kind of do its own thing. I would maybe say the campaign was a little, like, it was fine. I enjoyed playing it, but it seemed to me that the multiplayer was probably where the real meat of the game was, which is probably why it wasn't, you know, it sort of, they dropped post-release support because it really seemed like they couldn't get the player base excited about it. But, like, I don't know, like, I just think, like, sometimes I wonder where gamers get these rules from. It's like, you know, if it's a real-time strategy game, you can't have MOBA elements. And I'm like, who said that? Like, I wasn't in the committee meeting that said that couldn't be done. Especially given the fact, oh yeah, and this is another one, like, whenever I say, it's like, you know, I think at the time, you know, MOBAs were one of the more interesting things that were happening in real-time strategy games. You know, like, it seems like a good idea to, like, take those lessons and try and bring some life into a genre which admittedly has been pretty stagnant, if I'm honest. And there's like, MOBAs aren't RTSs, and I'm like, they kind of are. And it's like, well, you have to build buildings in them, and I'm like, okay, so, and then, you know, you pick out your favorite, you know, counterexample to that. Well, that doesn't count. I'm like, of course it doesn't count, because you've imposed an arbitrary rule, and you know, any game is going to just be fit in that progression bed to fit the definition, because you really want to quote-unquote win the conversation rather than have a meaningful discussion about, like, why these games are good or not working, which is frustrating, right? I'm obviously an idiot if I think I'm going to try and make somebody, you know, somehow realize the hidden genius of Dawn of War 3. Like, it is sufficient to say, I didn't care much for the game. Which is probably one of the best and most legitimate forms of criticism any fan of games can give, right? It's, yeah, didn't care much for it. Played the game, didn't hold my interest. That's totally fine. Like, you usually don't need to say much more. Like, obviously, if you want to have a conversation about it, it's kind of helpful to unpack what you like in games. But, you know, de gustibus non est disputatum. There's no argument with taste. Yeah, like, you know, the fact, like, the thing that drives me a little crazy too is that what were the quote-unquote MOBA elements that Dawn of War 3 added? Well, basically, there's a few tiers to your bases. So there's still base construction in Dawn of War 3, and you still capture control points for your resources, so you don't mine resources like in other RTS games. But basically, there is I think there's like a shield generator, and then there is there's like a turret, and then there's like the core, and the core is the main thing you want to destroy. So again, this is, you know, you can see that in League of Legends there's a series of turrets that you destroy, the inhibitors. In Dota it's the same thing, like you destroy the towers, then you destroy the barracks, and then you destroy the heart. But, like, there weren't small autonomous units going towards the base in Dawn of War 3. Like, all that they did was instead... Like, this is the thing for me, is that the thing that they took the thing that they took from MOBAs was essentially removing the really tedious business of having to hunt down every last structure and destroying it, and instead making it more objective based, to say that, you know, there is this important building that you need to destroy, and there are, you know, 2 layers that you need to destroy before it gets, you know, before you're able to do damage to it. And it is probably in your interest to destroy the supporting buildings that the enemy has in order to weaken them, but it's up to you to decide. Now that to me seems as consistent as moving away from mining resources and instead being given additional requisition points for holding certain locations. It seems to me to be founding the overall objective of the mission on objective-based play, the same way that the resources work. So to me, it just kind of seems to be a very logical step for the Dawn of War series to take. But I'm obviously in the minority in that opinion, which is a shame, because I do think it was interesting. Yep, it's huge. Partly because I've been ranting a little bit tonight. Well, not a lot tonight, but I feel like it's well within my ability to make some progress tonight. All right, I deserve that. The thing I need to remember is that Marmud doesn't have that much health-wise. You don't think he played any of the real-time Warhammer? I'm trying to think if there were any other real-time Warhammer games. Cool, got my mess back right away. He's gonna go on the roof. Oh, no he's not. Whiffed the missile though. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, that was reckless. Okay. I also need to remember that when he goes over the edge, I can actually get 2 hits on him. If I'm not healing, obviously. Okay, not great, but we can manage this. Come on. Oof. Get my health back. I'm very lucky that he decided to jump up instead of charge. Oof. That I was just continuing to heal so that I could see the other side of that. Oof. Alright, I'm losing it a little bit, but so far nothing, like, irreversible has happened, so... Okay. Okay, now I gotta be really careful. If I can get to the fluke marm on two masks, I should be fine, but it'd be nice if I had more. Okay, he's gonna drop bombs on me. Okay, I should be able to get back to full masks. Good. Oh, not great. Frank Herbert Spice World? Yeah, I guess that's right, Valiant Cheese. Never really thought of it that way, but it does feel like there's... Oh man, that water is a deadly, deadly place. Oh, careful. Nuts. Okay, I have everything I need. Hey, Tilmanenk. Yeah, I called Dune Frank Herbert Spice World. So I have everything I need to beat this boss. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer, all that. How you doing tonight, by the way? Okay, got distracted, but we can... Okay, that's two unnecessary hits. I can recover off of one. Ooh. Okay, I'm starting to break a little bit, but that's well within my capabilities of recovering. Okay, so I believe we are on our way. I believe we are on our way to. We're on our way to the final boss fight. I played a bunch of Dune 2 relatively recently, and you enjoyed that a lot more than you expected, interface shortcomings aside. I don't think I've ever played Dune 2. Crippling direction is waning. New Dune movie, can't wait for that. Canadian director. Dune 2 was Westwood's first RTS, but what about Dune 1? I know the story behind it. So for those of you that don't know, I have actually seen some footage of... I've actually seen some footage of the first Dune game. It looks nuts. Apparently the story is that I think it was Virgin that was the publisher, and the rights were for a Dune game, and like sequels would be covered under that license, but there could not be a separate Dune game. So like basically you could make Dune and Dune 2 and like Dune a Million or whatever, but you could not make two independent Dune games. And so apparently Virgin had published this like Dune adventure-ish kind of game with some strategy elements, apparently. It was point and click? Okay, yeah. Apparently Dune 2 was so named because they did not have the rights to make Dune the RTS. they had the rights to make Dune 2 though, and so that's why they did it. I got that from Soren Johnson's podcast. He did an interview with one of the heads of Westwood. They talked about Blade Runner, which I really want to play. It's actually one of the few games I bought off of GOG. O gods of Hallowness, show us your might. We shall attune ourselves to thee and ascend ever higher. Ah! Will the gods not relieve us of this troublesome speck? How it tests us, seeing this worm raise its filthy weapon to the gods. Thou hast luck beyond luck, O speck. The gods of this pantheon, for purpose beyond our understanding, allow you amongst them. Truly the divine punishment they must be planning for you will be beyond all reckoning. Prepare thyself! Prepare thyself. Thou cannot linger here, O coward of cowards. Step forth and receive thine holy punishment. Alright, so I'm going in without any knowledge of the paint master. And it shows. Okay, he can shoot. Okay. This is a really cool way of doing attacks. But holy smokes is it hard to read. Oh, that's a pity. Okay, I am definitely going to practice against Paintmaster Shio. Because I think I have it, I potentially have it in me to win. But I'm not gonna go through the Pantheon. The medium is the damage. I always appreciate paraphrases of Canadian intellectuals in the chat. So normally I like to try and learn this stuff through like in the context of the actual battles. But in this case here, I think it is within my capabilities of finishing this Pantheon tonight. I might be going later. Okay, so I can't bounce off of his head. So what I'm going to try and do here is not heal. That was a pretty sorry run, though. Gotta get on the other side of him if I'm gonna do that. Maybe I can't go through him. Interesting. That's not that hard of a fight. Nuts. Ooh. So that would have killed me in the arena, or in the Pantheon. I better feel really confident in my ability to handle this fight. Yeah, so my rule here is going to be no healing. I may not try the Radiant version of this fight, but I'm going to learn the... Oof. too much distance go between us, otherwise I'm not going to notice the attacks like that one. So again, this will be good practice for the real fight. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. I thought it was really cool of Microsoft to let Supergiant use all of their enemies from Age of Mythology to make Hades. I've actually done Hades on stream once before. I'd like to go back to it, but it basically got out of early access, and then everybody was playing it, so I didn't have quite the same incentive to play the game. All of the enemies in Hades are figures from Greek mythology. And of course, Age of Mythology has all Greek gods as, you know, as factions and characters and such. So, yeah, it's a joke. Like, the joke is basically the idea that Microsoft somehow originated the Greek mythology IP. So, sorry for anybody who didn't get. I have something of a. Admittedly, my impish streak is more of a like other people's chats thing, but I do have a tendency to say, you know, like the Dark Souls of video games, or the, you know. Sometimes I say things I don't mean. Oh, this is starting to fall apart. And again, the important thing to remember is I actually have the option of healing during the Pantheon fight. I'm just trying not to take it so that I can get better at reading the attacks. The other, actually, so the one that's really good at getting people really upset is, and this happened in Johnny Big Time's channel, is when he was playing Demon Souls, and this is before there was a remake of Demon Souls. And I said something like, I am so tired of all of these people copying Dark Souls. Like, Demon Souls, are you kidding me? Like, who do they think they're fooling? From Software should sue these guys. It's like the graphics aren't even very good for a clone. This guy got really mad about it. It's like, oh my god, it's by the same developer. And I'm like, Dark Souls, Demon Souls. They're two different games. And like, there might still be a VOD of Johnny doing that broadcast, because you could just see on his face, like, just this facial expression of like, how do you guys not get... Actually, sorry, he said it. It wasn't even his facial expression. He just said, is like, how do you guys not get that he is messing with you? One of the most reliable things I have... Yeah, well, that's the other one. Like I said, is like that's yeah. So Warhammer 40K has, to put it in diplomatic terms, a very dedicated and vocal fan base. So if I could say something like, it's really, you know, it's like a lot of people say, you know, mean things about Activision Blizzard, but it's actually really cool that they opened up the IP and they let Games Workshop, you know, use the Terrans and the Tyranids and things like that, and, you know, just were able to help develop the, you know, the real-time strategy genre. But the thing that makes this work, like, so the funny thing is that this is actually a really good way of identifying bullies in chats. Because one of the things that I tend to notice, so one of the reasons the troll works, yeah, I've heard that rumor before. I've never actually been able to find the, I've never been able to find like the smoking gun that actually like makes that connection. I did hear that Warcraft was supposed to be part of a series. So the reason why Warcraft Orcs versus Humans was called Warcraft Orcs versus Humans was that Warcraft was apparently supposed, like, there were supposed to be later entries, and it would be, the franchise was not so much about the world of Warcraft. Apologies, I didn't mean, so to speak. I didn't mean it that way, but it wasn't supposed to be the setting of Warcraft. It was the idea that there would maybe be a later one of like different countries or different, you know, basically it would just, Warcraft would be the series, and that like Orcs versus Humans would then become other settings. That's one thing that I've heard about Warcraft that I think is somewhat true. Well, see, it used to be very controlling of its IP. Now they're actually really open with it, and it's very clear that we've been able to see a lot of good games that have come out of that. But you're right. At the time, Games Workshop was very strict with who they let use their properties. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. So the reason that troll works is that everybody wants to think they're smarter than everybody else on the internet. And if you're willing to have someone not think you're smart for a little while, they'll basically believe anything. The funny thing is that once they've been hooked, and especially once they have this conception of you as a moron, and particularly because it's really fun to beat up on the moron and show everybody else how smart you are, you can say increasingly outrageous things that are wrong, and they are just gonna like double down on explaining to you how wrong you are, and everybody else who realizes you know, the joke has a really good like laugh at their expense. One account that actually does this really well is the Movie Goofs account. So there'll be something like, you know, near the end of the film, Deckard sees an origami unicorn, which looks exactly like the ones in his dreams. This coincidence is never explained. And I won't say the significance of the unicorn for those of you that have not seen the movie, but needless to say, there are a few people who are you know, are really invested in. Let me actually, this is worth sharing. Where is? I think it was in the game recommend. I like pasted a bunch of these for the Kit Fox community manager because I thought they'd like them. Character error. Several characters called Deckard, Harrison Ford, a Blade Runner, but he uses a gun, not a blade, and he is a police officer, not a smuggler. And then, you know, somebody will correct as like, this is what this means. So then the Movie Goofs never breaks character. So, factual error. There are signs for video game company Atari in many scenes of the movie, but in 2019, when the movie is set, Atari was no longer a going concern as a major consumer-facing company, having collapsed more than 35 years earlier. Character error. Leon Kowalski says, Brian James says that his birthday is April 10, 2017. However, this cannot be correct, as the movie is set in November 2019, and he is obviously more than 2.5 years old. Character error. Dr. Tyrell, Joe Turkel, says the company's motto is more human than human. However, replicants are not human, so they are actually less human than actual humans, not more. So most of these ones that I mentioned are not actually original tweets from the Movie Goofs account, but rather how they reply to people who correct them for incorrectly pointing out errors. Which I think is wonderful. Like it's the perfect way, because again, like everybody who sees that account has a good line. I actually think some of their replies are funnier than their original tweets. But it does, what I have found is in certain chats, it does actually have a really helpful side effect of, depending on how people respond to my, like, why is or From Software should, like, Bloodborne, obvious Dark Souls clone, From Software should sue these guys. Like, the people who like to get really mean or really aggressive about correcting, inevitably these are the people who wind up getting timed out for something completely different later. So now you know all my tricks. So for those of you who see me behaving like a complete pest in a Twitch chat, you'll probably be able to trace it back to me having found someone who really wants to correct my mistakes. Nuts. I'm gonna get hit. Oh, got lucky. Oh, I'm a brutal troll in other channels. Like I said, the nice guy act is something I can only sustain 3 times a week. Hey, Jared J, how you doing? Thank you for the tweet, by the way. I've been delighted at the so like every once in a while, whenever I'm tagged on something and it actually gets like interactions, like my phone kind of checks in. It says, "Hey, people are paying attention to your social media accounts. Like, is everything okay? What went wrong?" It's almost like you're a community manager and like do a good job at getting people's attention for your games. But yeah, anyways, it was actually, so one, it was really nice to have all of the interaction with the Brace Yourself crowd on Wednesday. But I want to take a second to thank you for the Twitter engagements, because it's actually a surprisingly pleasant interaction on social media, which I can't always count on. So, and for those of you who do not know AJRJ is a member of the community management team at Brace Yourself Games, but is also a streamer who I will shout out as soon as I'm not in the heat of battle. I got a chance to see them play Bug Snacks, which, holy smokes, is that game wonderfully weird. I think he was the one to point out that it's by the people who made Octodad, which suddenly makes a whole lot more sense. But anyways, I had a lot of fun. I think that was like the first thing that I spent some extended time watching of his. But yeah, being able to, I've tried to catch a couple of other ones. I think it was Pokemon Snap you were most recently playing. But in addition to being someone who works in games, is a streamer. A whole spiel while fighting a Hollow Knight boss. Yeah, sometimes I screw up while doing it, but I won't let a little thing like combat get in the way of talking about broadcasts I like. I may have read an econometrics textbook while streaming Hellblade Senua's... Oh yeah, I got the mature language on. Heckblade Senua's Sacrifice. But that was... that was less about the textbook and more about the fact that people were... Okay, so the ostensible reason they were mad is because, quote-unquote, sound is important to the game, and I shouldn't be talking over the game. But it coincidentally, the complaints happened right after I started making a comparison to Gamergate. So, you know, the people who are just really concerned about ethics and journalism all of a sudden thought that maybe I should be focusing more on the game rather than the things I was talking about. And so I played a segment of the game while taking out one of my undergraduate econometrics texts and started reading a random chapter while playing the game. Which I didn't think was all that funny of a bit, but I still hear feedback about it. The Patrick Rothfuss stream? I haven't, I've only played a little Disco Elysium, so I haven't seen any streams about it. Tilmanek, what did I, what was going on with those streams? And yeah, I actually think it probably is copyright infringement. It's the 5th edition of a textbook that's now in the 7th edition. But I won't tell if you won't tell. I don't believe reading it over I don't believe reading it over a video game constitutes fair use. Again, sabotage myself. It's a really good textbook, by the way. If you ever want to learn econometrics, Jeffrey Wooldridge, Introductory Econometrics, A Modern Approach. If you don't know statistics, there's a good little appendix in the back. Although I don't think you could learn statistics just from the appendix. I think you probably would need a dedicated textbook. But if you need a dedicated textbook for basic statistics, may I recommend Takashi Amamiya's Introductory Statistics and Econometrics, a textbook which happens to give more statistics than you will get in a normal econometrics textbook, but enough econometrics to let the statisticians know how it's really done. Oddly enough, seeing Valiant Cheese's message, "Nobody cares," also applies to my textbook recommendations, because why the heck would any of you want to read those books? Oh, this is bad. Oh, you're actually interested in hearing... Okay, legit, Jeffrey Wooldridge, Introductory Economics, A Modern Approach, I think is a very good text, but I've been using it to learn a little bit more about time series, because I never really did them that much, but it turns out that a lot of game data are time series data. It doesn't use matrix algebra except for the advanced sections of the textbook, although I think matrix algebra is just in general becoming increasingly important. And first of all, it's also just really cool. I really like the Amamiya book. It's old, and when I tried to buy it in Canada, even used bookstores, I could not find it for any less than $110. But at the time, I had a friend who was in the States who was willing to have me ship the book to their P.O. box. and they, I think I got it for something like $30 US. And then, I mean, shipping to Canada is not cheap from the US, so there was a cost there. But even factoring in the shipping costs, like, it was well below what the cost in the Canadian market would have been. I put all that effort to preserving the health, and then I just lose it in this stupid way at the start of this fight. Actually, one of the things I really like about that textbook is not even necessarily something about the textbook itself, but the author, Jeffrey Woolridge. A really commonly used piece of software for that work is a program called Stata, which is not the cheapest software, but generally if you're using it at school, there's like a site license for it. And he will be in the Stata forums, like explaining how to do certain techniques. And if there's like a question related to his textbook, like he'll be in there actively helping new users, which I really like. He'll also like set people straight when they're totally wrong about econometric technique, but he does that a little less often. Alright, let's see if I can make Marmu. Nope. Nuts. Ooh. Oh boy, okay. Not great. Oh, that's a pity. Thanks a lot, Mosquito Controller. Have a great evening. I don't know if I'll be able to get through the Pantheon tonight, but I'd really like to get another confrontation with the artist. Getting back into reading is a goal of mine that you've set for the past 4 years, but never really achieved, sadly, one day. Okay. I know I've been a little more generous with the reading stuff, but let me just take a second here. Okay, so James Mattis, former Secretary of Defense in the previous administration, and the generally a well-respected general, somebody who's actually quite well known for his reading habit. I believe this one has an answer for the finding time to read. And I think what I will do... Yeah, the Warrior Monk. I think what I'll just do here... This is from the Strife blog by Jill Russell. And there had been an email exchange. So I think I'll just read the messages as they are. So it's message 1 from General James Mattis on the matter of professional reading, 20th November 2003. And it begins with an ellipsis, so partway through. The problem with being too busy to read is that you learn by experience, or by your men's experience, i.e. the hard way. By reading, you learn through others' experiences, generally a better way to do business, especially in our line of work where the consequences of incompetence are so final for young men. Thanks to my reading, I have never been caught flat-footed by any situation, never at a loss for how any problem has been addressed, successfully or unsuccessfully, before. It doesn't give me all the answers, but it lights what is often a dark path ahead. With TF-58, I had with me Slim's book about the Russian and British experiences in Afghanistan, and a couple of others. Going into Iraq, The Siege, about the Brits' defeat at Al Qut in World War I, was required reading for field-grade officers. I also had Slim's book, reviewed T. Lawrence's 7 Pillars of Wisdom, a good book about the life of Gertrude Bell, the Brit archaeologist who virtually founded the modern Iraq state in the aftermath of World War I and the fall of the Ottoman Empire, and From Beirut to Jerusalem. I also went deeply into Little Hart's book on Sherman, and Fuller's book on Alexander the Great got a lot of my attention, although I never imagined that my headquarters would only end up 500 meters from where he lay in state in Babylon. Ultimately, a real understanding of history means that we face nothing new under the sun. For all the fourth-generation war intellectuals running around today saying that the nature of war has fundamentally changed, the tactics are wholly new, etc., I must respectfully say, not really. Alex the Great would not have been the least bit perplexed by the enemy that we face right now in Iraq, and our leaders going into this fight do their troops a disservice by not studying, vice just reading, the men who have gone before us. We have been fighting on this planet for 5,000 years, and we should take advantage of their experience. Winging it and filling body bags as we sort out what works reminds us of the moral dictates and the cost of incompetence in our profession. As commanders and staff officers, we are coaches and sentries for our units. How can we coach anything if we don't know a hell of a lot more than just the TTPs? What happens when you're on a dynamic battlefield and things are changing faster than higher HQ can stay abreast? Do you not adapt because you cannot conceptualize faster than the enemy's adaptation? Darwin has a pretty good theory about the outcome of those who cannot adapt to changing circumstance. In the information age, things can change rather abruptly and at warp speed, especially the moral high ground on which our regimented thinkers cede far too quickly in our recent fights. And how can you be a sentinel when you've not had your unit caught flat-footed if you don't know what the warning signs are, that your unit's preps are not sufficient for the specifics of the task that you have not anticipated? Perhaps if you're in support functions waiting on the warfighters to spell out the specifics of what you have to do, you can avoid the consequences of not reading. Those who must adapt to overcoming an independent enemy's will are not allowed that luxury. This is not new to the U.S. Marine Corps approach to warfighting. Going into Kuwait 12 years ago, I read and reread Rommel's papers, remember the Kampfstaffel, Montgomery's book, Eyes Officers, Grant Takes Command, Need for Commanders to Get Along, Commanders' Relationships being more important than command relationships, and some others. As a result, the enemy has paid when I had the opportunity to go against them, and I believe that many of my young guys lived because I didn't waste their lives, because I didn't have the vision in my mind of how to destroy the enemy at least cost to our guys and to the innocents on the battlefields. Hope this answers your question. I will CC my ADC in event that he can add to this. He is the only officer I know who has read more than I. Semper Fi, Mattis. Message 2 from Jill Russell to General Mattis, 26 November 2003. Sir, your message to the Colonel was forwarded to me by a colleague. As I am a military historian, he knew that I would appreciate its content. I offer here a response to one portion of your message, which, taken as a whole, was an eloquent statement on the value of as eloquent a statement on the value of history I've come across. You wrote, quote, "For the fourth-generation war intellectuals running around today saying that the nature of war has fundamentally changed, the tactics are wholly new, etc., I must respectfully say not really," end quote. I would submit that the fourth-generation war thinkers do not eschew the study of military history. If you take Van Creveld's On Future War as an example of the genre, his entire case is based on an examination of aspects of war across the full span of military history. Take as an example of this his treatment of changing ideas about prisoners of war who were at one time in history allowed, quote, parole to travel home and collect ransom payment. If there is any concern amongst fourth-generation war thinkers regarding the use of military history to inform current thought on military affairs, it is directed at the dead hand of recent operational and strategic history, where past success and dominance are used to define the future, even if the future of warfare seems headed elsewhere. If I were going into Iraq in the winter of 2004, I might include a few books on the CAP and Evans Carlson. It's a pity that the new bio of him will not be out in time. I think of these not because they are particularly or specifically prescriptive for the current situation, but rather as examples of Marines in history who looked at a situation and arrived at an answer that differed from the standard. Are the donkeys a sign of genius rather than weakness? That each of these unorthodox answers turned out to be correct in many respects is gravy. Also, Evans Carson was himself an avid reader, bringing many varied volumes with him on his travels throughout China during 1937-38. My favorite amongst his selections was The Education of Henry Adams. Of course, I would be more than just curious to hear your selections. Best wishes for a very happy Thanksgiving for you and your Marines, Jill Sargent Russell. And the final message, relatively short one, message 3 from General Mattis to Jill Russell, 26 November 2003. Dear Miss Russell, thank you for taking the time to write. I quickly scratched my note off to the Colonel in response to a question and regret if my comments about the 4th generation of warfare stuff touched a raw nerve on some folks. I did not intend it personally or to anyone who studies war. I did not intend it personally or to anyone who studies war. I have a problem with those who carry an ahistorical view of war into acceptance of the latest bumper sticker. War in its various permutations is not new to me, and some folks who have glommed onto the 4th generation of war concepts to say everything is new, history has little, no, place anymore because of how different things are, etc., etc. I regret any misunderstanding that my hastily written note has caused. Wholly my responsibility. That said, I appreciate your reading suggestions. Obviously, you do not triangulate using any bumper stickers. My own list changes from mission to mission, location to location, etc., and perhaps one day we can shoot the breeze about good books. My best new ideas, of course, come from the old books, which are a passion with me. Until then, I am happy to know that we have folks like you studying military history, engaged in deciphering what is going on from an unregimented, intellectually rigorous perspective. Best wishes and Semper Fi, Mattis. The other two aren't really relevant to the question of reading more often, but I thought they were useful to bring in just so you could kind of get an idea of the two people's thoughts on reading. And the fact of the matter is that most of us are not going to have to experience. So Clausewitz would definitely be one of the historical writers he's talking about. I don't think he's. I don't think it specifically comes up in those conversations, but almost certainly, in the context of reading the, in terms of talking about the old books, that would have to be there. I've got my copy of Clausewitz is actually also combined with Sun Tzu, so they're inseparable in my part. But the fact of the matter is, most of us who are answering the question of do I have enough time to read are probably not. Probably do not have people's lives at stake. But I think what's interesting about Mattis's comments is just simply the idea of the sort of the price that you pay by not reading. So, it's kind of it's the old short-term versus long-term thinking. There is a lot that you can draw from your reading, and you never necessarily know what you're going to be up against in life. You can get a bit of an indication, depending on what profession you've taken on or generally what your interests are. But there's always another game to play, or, at some points, if you're reading a particularly dull book, even moving out the fridge and cleaning under it can seem like an attractive alternative. And the consequences of the not reading decision are not going to be experienced in that moment. Where they're going to be experienced are going to be those times when you would have benefited from that knowledge and you didn't have it. And ultimately, you're also going to run the risk of not necessarily attributing the difficulty that you encounter to not reading. You may sort of blame other factors that that happen to be sort of proximate to the problem you ran into. Of course, in Mattis's case, he's talking about the consequences of decisions being measured in terms of lives, but in the end, the consequence of not reading, or the cost of not reading, is something that in many cases can be quite high, probably higher than what most of us realize. And that it's just simply the fact that we don't bear those costs immediately, that we don't, we don't factor them in when we decide to do something else. But it doesn't always, the problem is that if I make that my reason for reading, it's something of a negative view of reading, right? I read to avoid the punishment of not keeping abreast of current events or whatever. Definitely habit building is one thing that makes it a little bit easier. Finding something you like is really helpful. That was not the attack I intended to do. But there's lots of little ways of tricking yourself. So I, for a while, tried to get in the habit of reading by reading to someone. And of course, the drawback about that approach is you need someone to read to. And the unfortunate fate of that one was they didn't really... Like, there would always be the "we should do that more" comment, but it never actually happens. And as somebody who has a hard time, setting plans, so I'm kind of hard to pin down for a specific time for doing something, because I really hate it when somebody says, I'm gonna do X, and then they don't actually follow through on the day that they said it. So in order to spare people the frustration I feel on that one, I sometimes, I put off locking in a date until I'm really sure that I can do that date. But yeah, I mean, being able to read someone is a really good way of doing it. And of course, if you're like me and don't want to disappoint people about not making an appointment, it's a nice little enforcement mechanism. You've already booked out that time for someone, so you do it. If it is just on your own, simply making the time, I've never been big on, I gotta get my pages done. So, for a really good example of this is that I don't really like Duolingo that much, but I use Duolingo to try and teach myself French. But what I do is that I use Duolingo to test myself on stuff that I've learned from other books. Because I actually don't think Duolingo is that useful for learning a language. But what I do is I use Duolingo to motivate the studying that I'm doing in other books. I got lucky. And so with that in mind, again, there's sort of that deadline. There's that ticking clock that I'm trying to keep satisfied. Maybe this will work. It did, but I had to give it up. All right. So the problem with trying to make it so I have to read 10 pages a day or something like that is the focus becomes less on the reading and more about hitting the target. And the thing is that if you're following a chain of reasoning, if you're trying to follow a book or an argument or ideally if you're reading a book, you are trying to get the idea that the author is conveying, right? It's I couldn't imagine, sorry, I just gotta try and get some sanity back in the fight. Oh, I sabotaged myself. Actually, here's a really good example. I'm reading a book right now, which I realize is... So I think this is a book that kind of wound up intentionally or unintentionally being sort of a shot in the culture wars. But it's called The Closing of the American Mind, and I am actually becoming increasingly aware of how little of the intellectual history that I have read related to the founding of the United States. It's a book that was written kind of around the 80s. So when the author, I think it's Alan Bloom, really loves his Plato. So that part I'm pretty comfortable with. But for instance, I haven't read Tocqueville. Actually, I haven't even read that much of John Locke or Rousseau, which is a big oversight on my part. And trying to follow his argument, it is becoming very apparent to me how my lack of familiarity with these writers is causing me to it's kind of causing me to not follow the argument as closely as I could. How does one love one's Plato? So in that book there is an extended section which goes on about the music that young people are listening to and why it's kind of damaging to them. And the difficulty on this one is that it's very easy to read that chapter thinking that it's just some old man complaining about kids these days. But the funny thing is that there is actually a much deeper argument that he's making, which is very specifically like this author takes the passages in music in the Republic very seriously. And while I really want to read those sections as old man like complains about hippity hop music, I know that that's not exactly what he's saying. It's actually really clear that as far as he's concerned, The Republic is like one of the best books on education that's ever been written. I'm just because I read the book doesn't mean that I agree with the argument, but that's kind of the position that he's coming from. And my, having recently read Republic, and sort of having some of those passages that he clearly has in mind for those sections fresh in mind, I'm sort of able to appreciate where he's coming from. And having had that experience, when I'm reading the other sections of the book, where he's talking about thinkers that I haven't engaged with, I'm sort of aware that there's probably some subtleties to the thought that I'm missing out on. And the reason why I'm highlighting this point, because again, it's coming back to the question of, reading, finding the time for reading, and being able to, what you're getting out of it. I will read those sections quite slowly. And in fact, I will often reread them. And it's often not a very pleasant experience to have to reread something. But it does come back to the question of why we're reading in the first place. There can be this feeling that, you have a fixed amount of... so maybe here's a way to think about it. Like, you can sort of think that there's like a fixed amount of intelligence, and like reading smart books is how you demonstrate that intelligence. And potentially if you read too smart of a book that's sort of over your head, it becomes a reminder of the lack that's there. It becomes very negative, and you'll either not want to read the book, or you'll either not want to read that book, or you will you'll find it hard because it's this reminder of the shortcoming. I give this example because, like, sometimes you'll run into these conversations in a university or maybe in your workplace. There are some people who might maybe be a little insecure. And what's unfortunate about that, of course, is that that's not necessarily the right way to look at things you don't know. If you're only reading things that you already know, if you're only reading things that you already know, then probably you're not setting your sights high enough. You know that you're reading something worthwhile when you're learning things that you didn't know before, or you're being forced to think about things in a different way. Likewise, if you are given feedback and it's not unadulterated praise, that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's an opportunity to develop. But again, if you feel that sort of your intelligence is this fixed quantity, then any revelation that your intelligence was less, then that's going to be painful, and you're not necessarily going to grow from it. So the reason why I try to avoid things for myself, like I need to read at least 10 pages a day. 10 pages I don't think is all that hard of a goal, but you start with where you can. At that point, it's less about what you're getting out of the book, and it's just about hitting that target. Likewise, if you try and set yourself a time limit, well, generally you're reading. And again, it could be, I'm talking purely about like nonfiction, right? Fiction is really great because it exercises the imagination. And again, it still gets you thinking about things. It just happens to be that right now I'm reading a nonfiction book. You know, if you're having an argument presented to you, or if you are going off to a fantasy land, or basically you're doing all those things that you want to get out of reading, if you have this timer that's going to come in and interrupt that flow, well, again, you're cutting yourself off. Like, it's not like I can spend exactly 30 minutes in a math textbook and I will end, you know, at the 30-minute mark, I stop reading and I can just pick up the, you know, the theorem later. Like, sometimes I will spend a very long time on a single page of a math book because it's really important to understand why that proof works, and it's sort of fundamental to the remaining parts of that book. So the thing that I think is really important for finding the time is, one, like, just starting. Like, even if you only have a couple of minutes, or if you're on the bus or whatever, like, getting in the habit of just opening it and reading, or turning off the screen and reading, or going for a walk and reading if you can manage it. The process of doing it will already start making it easier. But then number two, when you get past some of the tricks that people sometimes suggest, which aren't necessarily focused on why you read, which is generally to sort of enrich yourself, to learn new things. You know, the enrichment can come from just reading good literature and really enjoying it. You know, you'll find your natural breakpoints, right? There will be a part in the argument where you want to end, or there'll be like a chapter finishing, or something along those lines. In the end, like, sometimes if you need the stick more than the carrot, it's important just to go back to Mattis's comments, right? The cost for not reading is not born at the time that you decide not to read. It's born later on, where that thing that would have made you better isn't there. Fortunately, most of us do not have lives on the line when we learn those lessons. But that opportunity for you to have, you know, made that clever comeback, that opportunity for you to have had that creative idea, that opportunity for you to have contributed to that discussion. Maybe in the office you were in a meeting and you would have had that chance to solve the problem had only you read that thing earlier on. Those are all hidden costs, but they're very real ones for not reading. And so those are two different motivations that you can. Those are two different motivations you can take to read. Yeah, well, I was noticing the lack of walking that I was doing as a result of the pandemic. So but I also, like, for me, I was like, yeah, but it's also been like I had not read for a couple of days. I quite literally spent the time doing my data stuff, writing, working, and then playing video games. And so I said, it's like, okay, I have to get a walk in, but I also need to make sure that I do reading. And so I made sure, like, I did a good 2-hour walk, and I brought my book with me, and I was reading it the whole time. Although there were also people out and they were talking, and it was kind of distracting. But yeah, like, just making yourself do it sometimes is all you need. Anyways, hopefully if you struggled with reading that, well, okay, I don't mean struggle with reading as in, like, comprehension, but one of the bigger things for me is that not treating reading, the reading part as like, this is X thing that I do, but rather like I am engaging with a book in a meaningful way, has made the process of, it has made that process a lot. It's made that process a lot easier for myself. Besides, Nietzsche said the best ideas come when walking. I may be paraphrasing there, but it's the gist of what he said. Actually, you know, there is one other thing that's worth keeping in mind too in terms of reading. This is probably not going to be a very good this is probably not going to be very good advice for other people, but I'm not trying to do some like macho gaming thing when I say that I sometimes play like Dark Souls or Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy to relax. One of the reasons why, if I've had a bad day, I play games like those is that if it's difficult enough, it occupies my mind. And so as a result, because I do tend to internalize things quite a bit, and so it can be the case that, like, you know, if I've had a bad day, I like stew. And so if I play a game like Dark Souls, which requires concentration, I'm going to focus on that, and I'm not going to focus on the stuff that's making me feel bad. And so I'm not a particularly strong mathematician, but one of the things that I will sometimes do if I'm feeling stressed out or not very good is I will actually sit down with a math textbook, ideally a difficult one, and like work through it. Because one, it's something I want to learn. I definitely feel like I could stand to try and improve my abilities in that area. But more importantly, it's something that I know when I'm engaged with it, it is going to require my full attention. And as a result, it sort of becomes a distraction from the thing that would have me otherwise be, you know, the thing that would kind of just have me locked in a particularly unhelpful frame of mind. That's a pity. That was worth a try. But yeah, I mean, you may not be of the same temperament as me, but again, it kind of comes back to that question of being engaged with something. I mean, sometimes it's just a matter of finding the right book. Like, the whole reason why I got into the stuff that I'm interested in reading was because when I was in Vancouver and had like no money, my music player broke, and certainly did not have money to get a replacement. So out of sheer desperation, I got a library card for my hour-long commute home on public transit. And I, like, I'd been sort of interested in philosophy, but I'd never... Oh, that's a pity. I never really engaged with it. But it was also coincidentally on like the first floor after being able to get the cards. So I went there and picked up a book that I thought was worthwhile. I really liked it, so I was like, okay, more of this, please. I just kind of wound up working my way through some interesting thinkers. And then I don't even remember where I really first found this one, but it turns out on the same floor, a few sections later, there was the classics section. So that's where I first read like Ovid, and Ovid's my favorite poet. You know, that was how I found the book Metamorphoses. Like, just there was a copy of it in the classics section, and I don't even remember what had. So I remember Ovid specifically because of the book The Art of Love, and like it's referenced in Eyes Wide Shut. So that's why, like, at some point I'm kind of like, okay, well, who's this Ovid fella? And then I found out that basically he wrote like a pickup guide for for ancient Rome, and I'm like, okay, I gotta read this now. And once I got that out of my system, I found out that he had done this epic poem, which is basically like a compendium of all the Greek myths that you know. And I'm like, okay, I really got to read this one. And it's amazing. But even like some of his other stuff, like you know, the poems he wrote in exile are ones that I really like. He's got a really interesting one called Heroides, which is basically women from myth writing letters to their husbands and lovers. So like there's one written to Odysseus, and it's like, it's been 20 years, like, get back here. Do people accost you with the question, whose philosophy did you study? That confused me. Not really, but then that's because most of the time, if it came up, it was either by people who were not necessarily into reading that themselves. I suppose if I were asked about it, it would be probably... I mean, so if I'm completely honest, my interest in philosophy was purely... So there's a couple of things. The philosophy wasn't a complete, like, coincidence. It's a fun story to tell. But the funny thing about it is one of the biggest contributors is actually a game called Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri. That was the science fiction Civ before Beyond Earth. And the interesting approach that game took was that, you know, in Civilization you have history, and that's going to be the subject for all the quotes for the, you know, for the different technologies and such. But what do you do for a game which is forward-looking? And in their case, they sort of said that they'd sort of get philosophical quotes to sort of inform the different technology quotes. So I would be seeing things like, you know, quotes from Kierkegaard's The Sickness Unto Death and such, or Nietzsche. I think a couple of other ones that stood out to me would be, I think Aristotle in Nicomachean Ethics was another one that drew my attention. But basically, I kind of wanted to see what was going on from these quotes, right? There was a game that I really enjoyed, and some of those quotes were really, really resonant, and I wanted to see these books that they kind of came out of. And I was lucky that because I'd sort of started with Nietzsche and Kierkegaard, they happen to be very good stylists. And it makes sense, right? Because if it's, if it's in a video game, it's probably going to be a quote that's worth. Yeah, it's going to be a quote that's worth. There's going to be some entertainment value to it, right? You're not going to get like Quine or something in a video game. Yeah, that's like one of the biggest reasons why I continue to keep coming back to Civilization, and I've heard, like, when I tried to explain it to people as to why I think the Civilization series has had a very profound effect on my life. You can tell from the reactions that they think that I am overstating it. But if anything, I am understating it. Because I really do feel that those games, I was not ready to understand the lessons that were in those books. But those games did plant a seed that when I was ready to approach them, I was a little bit more receptive than I would have been. Again, like, I'd put it to you this way: for everyone who plays Civilization and doesn't wonder what a hoplite is for the first 100 times, that doesn't matter. Like, those people were not going to be learning anyway. It's, the fact that they're playing the video game Civilization, it's a bit like, I need to see the evidence that they would have been sitting down reading about the campaigns of Alexander instead. Chances are they would have been doing some other form of entertainment. What I am interested in, though, is the player who, on the 101st time, goes to the Civilopedia and finds out what a hoplite is, and why that's a special unit for Greece, and why it has certain gameplay mechanics. And because that person is me. And that one day I know that person is going to take that interest from beyond the Civilopedia and is going to turn that into a really enriching experience at a library. It's actually also why, I wish cities would invest more in their libraries. Like, in Ottawa, the library is not nearly as good as Vancouver's. I don't use it as often because it usually doesn't have what I'm looking for. Oh god, sorry, I was reading chat. Alright, that's on me. Yeah, that's actually a really good example of the B-facts no, it's like, yeah, it's on me if I read chat. You guys do not need to apologize for that. It's just I chose a bad moment to do it. Most of the time I can get by and I can get a quick dodge in, and that was the time that I didn't. Yeah, so I got a nice big stack of old military. But I think I said this last time, like everything from Naval War of 1812 to Grant's memoirs, things like that. But yeah, I don't know, like it's coincidental. Well, mostly coincidental that it was philosophy that was the start. Eventually I just got to do more reading in general. But again, it's a video game that let me reconnect with that love of reading, and to engage with it rather than just read words on a page. And I think that's probably the biggest thing that keeps people from reading, like from really getting more into reading, and that is like they'll get this list from a newspaper or whatever, and it's like, the 100 best books that you must read before you die. And it's just this unsmiling, like, it's a list and I gotta cross it off the list. And of course, because it's 100, you gotta go through it, so you gotta read it fast, right? But you can read a page and reread it and reread it and reread it, and then it finally makes sense, and then you can move on. And there's a lot more that you get out of that because you're taking the time to really like let it sink in. Like, it's, unfortunately, there's no shortcut to it. Oh yeah, for sure. I'll probably be disappointing on this, Tillman, because I'm probably not as well read as some of the stuff that, like, some of the names I'm throwing out are. But I've not forgot. I will definitely set up a time with you. I've actually, because of that that offer to stream a game, and the fact that my blog has just suddenly exploded in size, I may need to get back to you a little bit later than I was planning, because it looks like my next couple of weeks are spoken for, but I'm going to follow up. And AJRJ said something I want to see here. So the other day you were playing Codenames and insisted that we could give Trireme as a clue because you expected someone to have played Civ or Age of Empires and known that it was an ancient ship. That's a great example for it, right? Like, you know, I would love to pretend that I can sit down and read, you know, Thucydides, and I know all of the people being referenced, and, you know, that I have immediate command of the, you know, of the geography, but I don't, right? Very few people do. That's actually why the landmark versions of these books are really helpful. How much do you want to bet that somebody who has played Total War Rome 2 and has had to play the Wrath of Sparta expansion, which is not my favorite, by the way, how much you want to bet that they have an immediate idea of why certain battles took place in certain areas? Like, Total War Rome 2 is not gonna, like, give you Pericles' funeral oration, and it's up to you to figure out that that's actually the source for some of the more memorable bits in the Gettysburg Address. But it's the you know, it's really about sort of being engaged. Like, the engagement can't be taught. It's just one of these things that you do. Like, it's why ideally you want to. It's why you want to start reading, or get back into reading. But I don't know. Like, it's tough, especially too, because, like, all the examples that I'm giving are just things that I find interesting myself, and I know that my set of interests are going to be like, I'll be the first to admit I have some really weird tastes. They will have seen 300 and been misinformed. Okay, actually, here's the thing. I'm going to do this challenge again. I am starting to run out of steam. I've noticed it's been 5 hours. I apologize for not making more progress in the Pantheon. I am happy that we've got to the Painter. It's really clear that I have I've made progress. I just think I could have made more progress if I didn't spend so much time babbling. But I hope you enjoyed that. Let me just catch up with Valiant Cheese and Tillman. So Civ has expanded a lot of people's vocabularies and peripheral awareness of history at the very least. Some people might come away with the idea that Gandhi was a strong proponent of nuclear development. There's always going to be room for misinterpretation, right? Yeah. Actually, so this is there's a story where apparently someone in Belgium had moved a stone a few feet, like, inward into France. And apparently the way that the borders were established, this temporarily expanded Belgium. So, like, if this played out like Civilization, and I was France, I would have annexed Belgium, right? You've got the casus belli. You're gonna go in and you're gonna take every last town that you can. And obviously, the world doesn't work that way. But yeah, like that's just it. Like, you know, however you want to turn. I mean, in the end, like the games are the complements, not the substitutes for this kind of learning. Like in the end, you have to earn the knowledge that's come before. People can write things down in books. People can do good courses, but what goes on inside of your head is ultimately, like, that is something that you have to develop through the reading. But yeah, let me talk about 300 a little bit. So 300 is a very silly movie. Not an unenjoyable movie, and yet there is a really obvious step that they could have made that would have made that movie so much better. And unfortunately, they oversold the Spartans are tough guys part of that movie. So I haven't seen 300 in a while, so you'll have to forgive me if I sort of misquote bits of it. But the problem that I had with 300... So 300, in my opinion, can be improved substantially without really adjusting all of the things that people really like about that movie. So the problem that it has with overselling the Spartans are really tough guys aspect is you have things like where they go to the ephors to get permission to go and fight the Persians. It's during a religious observance, and going out with the army will break the observance. And of course, this gives the opportunity to show a attractive young woman in something that barely qualifies as a garment, sort of floating around while they consult the oracle and so on and so forth. And they make a big deal about, how corrupt the ephors are, and they say, you can't go marching, this is in defiance of the gods, you gotta wait. And Leonidas is like, I'm not gonna wait, I'm a big tough guy. I don't care what you say. And then they, the Spartans leave, and, I guess the ephors are the Spartans too, but Leonidas walks away, and then they cut, and you see, the Persians are paying off the ephors. It wasn't actually about the religion all along. And so here's where I think the movie could be vastly improved. Because, in this case, again, what do I think they're trying to do with it? They're trying to say that everything is stacked against the Spartans. Which, fair enough, right? It is. That, Persia's very strong. The Spartans are few. And now the religious institutions are against them as well. The problem that I have with that decision, though, is that ultimately the Spartans are brought down by a very similar mechanism, right? Maybe it's not the ephors that have stopped the Spartans by being defeated, but ultimately the Spartans are a bit of a jerk to the guy who just wants to be a Spartan but is misshapen, and the great king, Xerxes. Oh, sorry, Darius. No, Xerxes. Sorry, I'm getting my stories mixed up. Xerxes promises him everything, and he betrays the Spartans, and they fall. Now, you can do basically the exact same thing. You can have the movie be almost identical, save for one really important change. You do not show the Persians paying off the ephors. If you read a lot of Greek myths, the gods are not necessarily friends of humanity, right? What did Prometheus do? Took fire from the gods, gave it to humanity. What did he get for his trouble? Chained to a stone and his liver's pecked away by birds forever. Plenty of stories of gods treating humans in the worst ways possible. Consider also Antigone. In the case of Antigone, you have a daughter who considers the religious observances, proper burial, to be more important even than the ruler's decree. And her action is very noble, that knowing full well the consequences of her actions, she chooses to defy Creon, and is buried alive for it. And that is where the tragedy comes from, right? Which is you have a series of events. Once the order is given, you sort of know how this is going to end. And Antigone believes very strongly in, how unjust that law is. And Creon is a ruler who means what he says, that the order must be followed. And that is why it's tragic, that things are playing out. The good traits are causing this horribly inevitable result. So what you just do is you don't take the modern secular view that the religious observances are a bunch of nonsense, and that the ephors are corrupt religious figures. I am such an idiot the way that I handled this. Antigone's the best Oedipus play. So what you do instead is you say that, look, the gods didn't just, maybe they... I was going to say, the gods didn't just make up this rule, but knowing the gods, they probably did just make up the rule. It's like, look, are we at the end of the festival? No? No, then you cannot take the army out of the city, right? It's the gods we're talking about. You don't get to make the rules, the gods do, and the gods have been pretty clear on this one. Did you really waste our time coming all the way up here to ask a question you already knew the answer to? We'll ask the oracle if you want. I mean, I understand that some people want to see an undressed lady. We did pay the actress already, so okay, let's do that scene again. Oh, what do you know? The gods think that your quite a little squabble with the Persians isn't worth breaking their rules. Go home. Wait for the festival to finish, and you can have your little war. What that does, though, is it creates, in my opinion, a tremendous nobility to Leonidas' decision to defy the gods. The fall of the Spartans is, the result of defying the gods. It has nothing to do with the Persians being good at corrupting Greeks. And instead it has everything. It is a necessary consequence of the decision to leave the city. That Leonidas' love of his polis, of Sparta, is what drives him to defy even the gods to face the Persians. And while the sentence is death the second that he defies the gods, he is able to buy the time that's required to save, his city-state. The Greeks are able to rally and defeat the Persians at Plataea, as indicated at the end of the movie. Oh, this is going to be so hard. So again, you can have the same movie. The only thing you do is, instead of overselling the Spartans are tough guys and showing the Persians buying off the religious leaders, something that's already going to happen when the final betrayal of the Spartans happens, you are able to do something that is a little bit more resonant, not just with the Greeks, but with the best storytelling of the Greeks. And ultimately, I think the sacrifice that the Spartans make is quite a bit more, is enhanced as a result of it. So, anyways, I kind of belabored the point, and I lost the battles for it. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that's a better version of 300? It's like, don't change the movie. Just change it that the loss of the Spartans is the consequence of defying the gods. You can also be ambiguous as to whether or not the gods actually exist, right? Like, that's to me, that would be one of the most appealing versions of that take, which is the Ephors will believe that it's a punishment from the gods. Leonidas can be the same person he is in the version of the movie that we saw. Because I think, it's a little bit like the version of Troy that they did, which is there's no gods in it, but everybody who's descended from a god in that movie has blonde hair. And there's a few little hints that there might be divine intervention, but nothing to actually say that the gods exist in that movie. Ah, nuts. Also, I hope I've shown... I know on Wednesday, it occurred to me that I told a story about, like, trying to go for whatever opportunities you can find, and, like, how I was a hypocrite on that because I drat. There was this writing job at Creative Assembly where I was like, you know what, this might actually be a good fit for me. Just again, because the interest in military history and such. Drat. And then it occurred to me that that's probably a great example of, the me with my supreme confidence as a guy. I was like, oh, I'll just become a writer today, and applying for the job. I hope the story didn't come across that way, because, like, obviously I appreciate that writers actually have surprisingly difficult jobs, and they are expected to kind of work on demand and not wait for inspiration. But hopefully that story seems less like, privileged guy, talks about thinking he can take on somebody else's job really easily, and is something of an indication that I do think a bit about narrative and how it can be done. Like, it wasn't just a lark of, like, I think I'm going to become a writer today. It was like, oh, okay, yeah, they actually specifically want an interest and knowledge of military history. I see this big stack of books on that very subject beside me. That's an indicator that this is a good fit. And then, of course, needless to say, 300 is not the only movie where I have those opinions. It just happens to be I really like classics. So you know, I'm a little bit more inclined to thinking on those lines. But I do, where I can, I try to think about how movies or other stories that I've seen can be improved. But I will confess, like, the transition from economist to writer makes about as much sense as the transition from camera assistant to economist, so... Ah. Ooh, that's a little more than I thought. So I might have actually been targeting the same one the whole time. This might be a bit of a tougher encounter. Ooh, that was silly. Very silly. No! Okay, this might be the last one. Return of the Jedi would be much stronger if it ended with Luke flying off into the sunset because he couldn't reconcile the sacrifices he made to win with being a positive light side force in a post-Empire world. I think that's an okay ending, but what I really like... First, oh, so like all translations, perfect sense. Yeah, exactly. I would have preferred it if it ended with a wedding between Luke and Leia. so that everybody would be walking out of the theater saying that. Ah. Oh, actually, Jared, I almost forgot. You were talking about the econ stuff that we were talking about the other day. One of my coworkers came in and asked about shorting stocks. So I'm sorry I did not inform you about the additional economic conversation. When that oh, Jesus. Okay, sorry. When that medical droid from Empire Strikes Back is hanging around in the background with the Cassine conducting the ceremony, that would be perfect. See. This is why collaboration is important. Okay, that was embarrassing. Let's try that again. Oh, that's not good. Oh yeah, actually, Lots of people try and learn what shorting is in the... Yes! I'd like to think that I gave as good of a defensive short selling as I could muster. I don't know how convinced Gavinator was, but... Of course, the other tricky thing on that one is that obviously there's a distinction between economics and finance. As it happens, I did have an interest in not only just financial economics, but also specifically like the financial system, the economic role of financial intermediaries. So I probably know. Actually, okay. Has anybody seen the movie Inside Job? This is a documentary. I think it was nominated for an Academy Award. I don't remember if it won it or not. But it's got Matt Damon. Got Matt Damon doing the voiceover, and it basically talks about Iceland like it's the perfect country. Not seen a few films. Oh, sorry, you've seen a few films. Okay. The reason I asked, there's an interview with a guy named Friedrich Mishkin, and he just comes off as like this total scumbag in it. But he actually wrote the textbook that I used in one of my first like money and banking courses. The thing is, it's actually a pretty good textbook. I used to like never get hit by those, and now I'm just getting clobbered by them each time. Good lord, what's wrong with me? Oh, actually, while we're talking about weird books that I've read, one of my favorite ancient Greek comedies, it's by Aristophanes, which doesn't exactly narrow it down, but it's called The Frogs. And while any classics prof would be very upset with me summarizing it this way, basically the plot of The Frogs is Dionysus, the god. Yep, the frogs. The clouds, yeah, so the clouds is the really famous one that's kind of like considered the slander against Socrates, and the one that he's like referring to in his defense speech in the dialogue Apology. So Athens is in a war. I think it might actually be the Peloponnesian War. So this is Athens versus Sparta. Things are not going well for Athens, and so Dionysus goes to the underworld to bring back like the greatest tragic poet in order to sort of raise the spirits and sort of help Athens in its time of need. and there's 2 poets in the underworld. Sophocles actually only just recently died at the time of the writing. So apparently the choices were Euripides, which sort of had this. He was kind of this representative of sort of a new style of tragedy, and Aeschylus, who's sort of the big heavyweight. And both are candidates, and Dionysus has to pick one to bring back from the underworld. And so they have to... there's a contest. And so basically the frogs is Dionysus has to go back to find the best, tragedy and to help Athens in its time of need, and settles the matter with a rap battle. Yeah. You ever hear of Plato, Aristotle, Socrates? Yes, morons. Is Orpheus in the frog? I don't think he is. The frogs are the chorus, if you're familiar with Greek tragedy. But yeah, I don't know, like it's basically, Dionysus hosts the first rap battle to find out who's going to save Athens through poetry. Is a pretty good plot for a comedy. Oh yeah, I mean I don't think it's a very I think it's a very well known one, all things considered. That's the other one. So the clouds is the one that Tillman Inc. is referring to is kind of the parody of philosophy. I'm trying to remember which one this one is, but there's an Aristophanes play where I think it's the old women of Athens. Oh god, I'm trying to remember exactly how they framed the argument, but like basically, it's unfair that it's all the young women that that get the attentions of the attractive young men first, and so in the name of fairness, the law should be that the old crones of the city get first crack at the men. Let me see if I can find which one this is, because I'm clearly not doing well on Hollow Knight tonight. Well, at least at this time, so... Oh, here we go. This is called Assembly Women. Here's the short description from Wikipedia. Assembly Women, also translated as Congresswomen, Women in Parliament, Women in Power, and A Parliament of Women, is a comedy written by the Greek playwright Aristophanes in 391 BC. The play invents a scenario in which the women of Athens assume control of the government and instate reforms that ban private wealth and enforce sexual equality for the old and unattractive. In addition to Aristophanes' political and social satire, Assembly Women derives its comedy through sexual and scatological humor. The play attempted to criticize the Athenian government at the time. Not the only one where he sort of dealt with that sort of stuff. But I thought it was really fun. Like, it's nothing about incels is funny, but I just sort of thought it's like, wow, this play 100% would have been on the incel Reddit. Yeah, well, see, you'd like the frogs then, because Aeschylus wins the rap battle at the end. Okay, actually, sorry. Jokes aside, I really, really like the final competition in the frogs, because they both Aeschylus and Euripides give the they both give really good performances, and so Dionysus can't decide which one to bring back. And so in the end, what happens is they bring out sort of a scale, and each tragedian needs to speak a line into the scale, and the line with the most weight is the one that wins, which I just think is this really great image of these two great poets sort of speaking their line, and the one with the most gravity being the winner of the competition. You don't gain any juice from hitting an enemy. The correct Valiant Cheese. The only way that I gain soul is through a nail attack. So the idea, like this is kind of the textbook for how I handle it. Well, usually. Oh God. I do a trio of hits, and then I usually do the magic, but I really messed up, so. Oh, come on. Oh, all right. Actually, one of the other things I think that makes me like that moment from the frog so much is one of the things. Okay, so again, my background's going to be filmmaking, right? I like literature. I, try as best as I can to be well-rounded in my reading, but in terms of things that I've had a professional stake in, obviously the production of moving pictures is kind of the thing that I know best. And one of the things, like, you can really tell good screenplays just by reading them. Because there's some really good literature out there that would make a terrible movie. Like, the thing that makes movies work, of course, are visuals. And, like, a good screenplay, like, you will read it, and the images just immediately come to mind. Like, you could have a bad director, and off of some screenplays, like, you just read them, and the scenes are kind of already playing out in your head. And so I think one of the reasons why that moment in the frogs was so resonant for me is that it feels a little bit like one of those good screenplay moments, right? Where in the context, I'm obviously never going to see ancient Greek comedy performed on the stage. I mean, maybe, if a university does a production of the frogs or something like that, I'll see it. But the fact of the matter is that this is, like, if you're going to have a college theater troupe do an Aristophanes play, they're probably going to do one of the better known ones. So I just don't know if it's realistic to expect that you'd ever see it performed. And yet, even though I'm reading this work without any expectation of ever having seen it, like, that image of the two poets speaking into the scale and the weight shifting, it's one of these things that it's the sort of thing I'd expect to see in a good screenplay. Like, it's a really good visual, and particularly for a situation where, you know, how do you visualize a poet's work, right? The bad way to do it in a movie is to do voiceover. How is screenplay written? How film get formed? Having worked probably on more TV than anything, I will definitely say that there are writers who can director-proof scripts. Most stuff gets made in the editing room. And directors of photography are probably the most important role on a lot of TV. I don't know about HBO stuff. HBO kind of seems to have this kind of stable of really impressive directors they keep coming back to. David Nutter, Tim Van Patten. Those are a couple of names that I see coming up a whole lot. I think David Nutter is actually a Vancouver figure originally. I think he's kind of international now, but I remember seeing him give a talk. Oh, this is going to be hard. Oh, that was bad. But yeah, I don't know, like, I've definitely seen a lot of directors that, like, don't do anything with actors, at which point I'm like, why did you want this job? And the DOP would always make sure that there was enough coverage, so that when the idiot director realized that they didn't actually have what they needed to make the scene work, the editor would be able to take all the extra stuff that the DOP insisted on. The other thing too is the director of photography is gonna be with the series from start to finish usually. Sometimes there'll be like 2 DOPs. Oh god. Alright. I'll do one more, but if I keep like regressing like this, I think it's probably better that I just put this session out of its misery and promise to be a little more focused in future. Yeah, like, basically they're responsible for the visual continuity of a series, and so of course they're gonna have more weight. Actually, I gotta share this one story. This is when I was working on Stargate, and the director, I remember the director's name, but I won't say it. So we were setting up the shot, like kind of getting ready to go, and oh sure, yeah, sorry, I'll answer Tillman's question first. So like, basically, like, any given show is going to have sort of a certain style, and this is just like what you take for granted for a style. So like, maybe the simplest example I would give you here is that if a photoreal 3D model of a human were to show up in a boss fight in Hollow Knight, that would seem very unusual and out of place, because Hollow Knight has this very distinct visual style. And while each environment has its own personality, so obviously this is a lot like the City of Tears, where it's raining all the time. What was I thinking? and that's going to look different from Deep Nest. You can take a look at basically any given moment from Hollow Knight and say, that's Hollow Knight. And that's true for a lot of good TV shows. Like, they maybe take Battlestar Galactica as an example. When you look at Battlestar Galactica, there will be a lot of scenes that are sort of shot handheld. There's sort of more of a kind of grayish tone to a lot of stuff. Somewhat stark lighting. And when there are ship battles, even though the ship battle takes place entirely on a computer in terms of what's generating that footage, there will very often be sort of a camera shake and zoom in like it's a handheld moment, because they want that consistency between how the live action parts look compared to the the visual effects parts. And what it does is it creates a little bit, like, that consistency will sell you on the quality of the special effects. Actually, to give you an idea too of how this has sort of shaped the look, I really think the ship combat sequences in the Endless Space games, Endless Space 1 and Endless Space 2, I think they're kind of informed by that visual style, because obviously in a video game it doesn't make any sense to have this is the big question, like, why is the camera shaking in a video game? There's no person running around holding the camera. It doesn't make any sense at all for the camera to shake, because there's no physical, like, the camera doesn't exist. There's nothing that can shake it. But we have lots of camera shake. Like, if you play Total War and you move in close to the battle, the camera's shaking all of the time. And why does it do that? Because they want to sell you on the reality of what's happening, and because we've developed this sort of grammar from other media, such as film and television. You get sold on the reality of the battle when the thing that is recording, quote-unquote recording the battle, is being physically affected by what's going on. And so, cameras aren't physically affected by battles far away, but when they're close to the battle, they are. And Total War introduces what most people would consider to be a visual imperfection. Yeah, similar idea. Why is a chromatic aberration a first-person game? Are you a camera or a robot? The correct answer is you are a disembodied pair of eyes emitting footstep sounds. And again, these are not bad things that games are doing, but it's one of these things that, like, when you sit to think about it, it does not make any sense at all that this is in there. But they're part of a style. And then again, like, maybe one thing that you want to do to create a particular visual style, you actually want to embrace the artificial nature of the machine, and you don't introduce things like chromatic aberration or motion blur. What you do instead is you say, I want something that looks pristine. And like maybe you're making a story about a science fiction utopia. And so introducing visual imperfections is completely opposed to the idea that you want to communicate. And so perhaps later on in that story, you'll have a moment where people fall outside of that, that perfect environment, right? That they go and see the workers' quarter or whatever, and all of a sudden you start introducing chromatic aberration. You start introducing, deep focus, or you start introducing camera shakes. And, essentially all that you're doing is just a modern and gaming version of something we've seen since The Wizard of Oz, right? Dorothy's in a black and white world when she's in the world of the common day, and when she goes to the world of Oz, everything's in Technicolor. Sorry. Hey, Kodiak Samurai, how you doing? You missed a discussion on short selling earlier on. One of my coworkers wanted me to justify the existence of short selling. Wish you'd been there. Yeah, it's as Jared pointed out, it's a hot topic. So how did I justify it? Well, I mean, I'm somewhat inclined to I'm warm to the argument that price discovery is a useful function of markets. I also think there's kind of an intuitive argument to be said that I'm not entirely sure we want to the heuristic argument that I would give would be to say, like, why should we listen to a bunch of stock owners that say we only want things that make stocks go up? Like, if it's a bad thing that stocks are going down, we need to ask why stocks are going down. And there are socially useful situations in which people do profit off of what we would consider to be negative events. I mean, it's kind of what insurance is, right? Although profit is a kind of a strong term, but like, obviously we think insurance is useful. I think most people would say that the idea of like some kind of a some commodities futures are helpful because they allow people to plan and hedge against an uncertain future. The fact that finance is getting involved with it is market making. But like at the core, like sometimes the idea against short selling is just is just the question of I own stocks and I don't want to see stocks going down, and it makes me mad that people are profiting from stocks going down. I wonder what the crossover between short selling and Hot Topic is. I mean, I guess Hot Topic is probably a shorted stock. Like, I have to assume that the goth merchandise market isn't exactly booming. I also, I hope I did a slightly better job than what I just said to you, Kodiak Samurai, but, that was, honestly, the biggest thing was just was price discovery and the fact that I think that's a useful function that markets perform, and short selling enables it. But I will admit, too, deep down, I am kind of... I do kind of question the motivation behind people saying, I always kind of just come down to the question of, who makes these rules that, you should only make money when a stock goes up? It's... When I sit down and think about it, I'm like, well... But why? Is there something about, other than the fact that maybe the person talking sort of thinks that's how stocks work? What am I doing? Oh, okay, I'm going to do one more. Now, short selling were to occur to say, with, say, a company's leadership. Why would you have stocks in the first place? I just like them better than flows. Sucking me into distracting cover. Nah, I brought it up. I mean, I've been on a pretty, so those times where I say I've run out of energy and it's going to be a downhill, this is what it looks like when I go too much longer. I regress to a point where I was worse than even at the start, which is fine because it's all just practice, and it's a nice chance to catch up with you guys and talk about stuff while I play a game. But obviously I'm really blowing it on the whole, Hollow Knight thing. But yeah, no, to give a serious answer to Tillman's question here, why would anybody own a stock? I guess the best that I could say out of this one would be, I would like to think I have a certain set of talents. I'm not entirely sure going into business for myself is one of them. And so essentially one thing that capital markets do, there are people who are good at coming up with businesses and running them, and those people need money. And so essentially buying a stock, I mean, this is obviously an initial public offering. When you actually buy stock, you're buying it on the secondary market, but the IPOs don't really work unless you have a secondary market in which to trade them. But I just say, I may not be a very good entrepreneur. I mean, I have trouble pricing myself as it is. And so essentially capital markets sort of allow me to hire someone to run a business for me. Yeah, IPOs are about getting investment. And then the secondary market, basically the secondary market kind of allows the people who participated in the IPO to liquidate their holdings. Because obviously if you didn't have the secondary market, then everything would sort of behave as venture capital. And there's, it's not that you can't do things that way, it's just that the public markets have sort of allowed us to, private equity is what I mean. Public markets have definitely got a role, and they've sort of allowed... Excuse me. Why would you own stocks? Why have a company be on the stock market? Oh yeah, well, I mean, to a certain extent... Sorry, I gotta sneeze again. Publicly traded, having stock issuance just allows a scale of economic activity that may not necessarily be available through private lending. So I know a lot of companies are asking this question, and a lot of that's happening in a lot of Silicon Valley companies. There was a time when going public was sort of the dream of every company. But essentially, so if you think of a company like General Electric, I don't think any single bank is willing to take on the level of risk that would involve providing all of the financing that that GE would require, and then more importantly, GE may not necessarily want to take on the amount of financing that would be optimal for it by taking that on as debt. So a debt has an expectation that it will be paid at a certain date at a certain rate of interest. Whereas an ownership stake, you're trading off, basically a claim on the profits in exchange for financing. And if there aren't any profits, there isn't a liability for the company. And of course, that's a risk that the person buying the stock is taking on. But obviously, things like stock company. I mean, that's kind of what allowed the East India Company to happen. That instead of buying a stake on a single voyage or something like that, people were able to finance this very large company that did a lot of different activities, sort of spread out the risk, and it was very profitable. They've allowed Achu. But yeah, so basically the IPO is a way of getting money to do your activity. It's the same reason why Epic is making lots of money. And I mean, the exact amounts of money are now becoming a matter of public record because of this Apple lawsuit. So the question is why are they selling stakes to companies like Tencent or Sony? And the answer is because with Fortnite money may be lots, but with even more money they're able to expand into other activities. You might also say the same for a company like Unity. Unity, as it is not currently a profitable venture. And I think it's reasonable to say that Unity will not be profitable as a standalone game engine, that what they are banking on is that other real-time rendering requirements, so movie special effects or sort of these architectural demos, or well, basically any product demo. All of the other use cases that they're presenting, and like the thing that makes it so hard to navigate that website, or their website right now, is going to be the way that they expand this their offering in order to to become profitable. So obviously, to expand out into those markets and to be able to finance what will ultimately become the way that the company becomes profitable, they need money to do that expansion. And again, it may not necessarily, especially if there's the possibility that that expansion's not going to work out. Unity may not necessarily want to take on the liability of having to pay all that money back to a bank. Seems to me if that much value is diverted from actual activities of the company it's employed. Could you maybe elaborate a little bit on that, Tillman? Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, so I was talking about this a little bit earlier. Like, there's the idea of like socially optimal levels of bank failure. So I'll give you an example here. I could give you a model of banking that would have no financial crises. So stuff like what happened in 2008 or whatever would not be a problem. And the idea is this, that instead of having a savings account, what you get is a share in the bank. You will only be paid out of the bank's profits. So, will this bank become insolvent? No. Because the bank will only ever pay out its profits. A bank becomes insolvent because it has liabilities that it can't cover. And so if the only thing that you are getting from your savings account is sort of this ownership stake and a claim on the bank's profits, if the bank doesn't make any money, you don't get paid anything. Hence, there's no liability for the bank that's not being met. Now, would you put as much money in your savings account under that system of banking? I'm going to say no. I think it's actually quite likely you would look for other uses for the money. If nothing else, you could put it in a government bond, right? U.S. Treasuries, and you'd see some small guaranteed interest. After everybody who's going to put their money in does so, where does the profit come from? Well, it comes through the usual activities of the bank, which would be the lending. Because I only said that the bank doesn't need to go insolvent. Like, the bank could just still lend a bank can still give a mortgage and charge interest. But like the thing here is that because the amount of money that would be put into the bank, and so as a result, the amount that the bank is going to be able to lend out would be less, that means that ultimately the money that people have and don't have a current use for, less of that is going to the people who need it. So, you wouldn't be able to have student loans, mortgages, you wouldn't be able to have as many of them. And of course, the people who would be getting them would usually be the ones with lower credit risks. So, we have collectively accepted a level of risk by allowing banks to make these promises that they are going to pay the money back, no matter what. Now we introduce the threat of insolvency. In fact, but of course, now because there's the potential of insolvency, we have the worry that people are going to pull their money out of the bank because they think the bank might be insolvent. And of course, this is why we have a deposit insurance. I think there was a study that was done that actually does show that deposit insurance does in fact increase does increase the sort of the incidence of bank failure. But I'm not going to argue that we should get rid of deposit insurance. I think it's wonderful. Oddly enough, FDR didn't think it would work. So the this is kind of what I mean when I say sort of socially desirable levels of bank failure. Like, the idea is that what is the cost? What is the benefit? The cost is that we have the potential for banks to go insolvent, and that imposes a cost on society for sure. But we've accepted that risk, and we do what we can to mitigate it. We have banking regulations. We have things like deposit insurance. Although deposit insurance is going to ultimately be paid out of the public purse if it really comes down to it. And the reason we do that is because we think that banks do useful things. They take the money for, they perform financial intermediation. They take money from people who have it, and they lend it to the people who need it. But I've got the follow-up. Okay, so Tillman says, when a company is publicly traded, much of the prerogative becomes the perceived value on the stock market rather than the perceived value of what it produces. Also, there is an investment into a company from the investors. Would you like to know how the investment relates to the money reinvested into the company and its employees? Okay, so there's a few things going on in that. Shareholders are going to want to see a return for their money, and that return is going to come through one of two ways. Appreciation in the share value, or share price, appreciation of the asset, or it's going to come through dividends. So basically, the company paying out a certain amount of its profits. Well, it doesn't even necessarily have to have profits. You can issue a dividend if you don't have profit, but the money's got to come from somewhere. There are companies that, like, for the longest time, Amazon was a bit of a black sheep. That may not be the right way to put it, but like a bit of a black sheep on Wall Street, because it didn't really seem to care about what the markets thought the share price was. I mean, this is just an example of long-term thinking. I don't think Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett's company, I don't think they obsess too much about the share price as well, because they're thinking long-term. But you're right. Like, if the shareholders are unhappy, if they see their investment falling, they are potentially going to want to replace the board, and probably replace sort of key figures who are responsible for the way the business is being run. The share price ideally should be ultimately reflecting the value of the company. Well, what's the value of the company? Well, basically, it's sort of the discounted value of all of its future earnings. And then, the assets and basically all the things that you can turn into money. Basically, the thing you're probably most worried about, though, is the ability of that company to make more money in the future. When people say that it's a bad thing that people are worried about the share price, it kind of depends in terms of what are they looking at when it comes to the share price. Because if you're looking at the share price as a reflection on the company's ability to make money in the future, then ultimately what the worry about the share price is just a proxy for saying, I'm worried about the business's operations. I don't think they're being run well, and I think that's a legitimate concern for a business. If it's instead, there's some volatility in the stock markets right now, we think the long-term prospects are good, but I'd really like to see that number be higher, maybe not so good, right? Now, again, I'm cheating a little bit here, because there are some things, like if the share price is higher, then if the company goes back to capital markets to get additional investment, obviously they can get more money. But in any case, Also, there is investment into a company from the investors, but you like to know how the investment relates to money reinvested into the company and its employees. So again, you get a certain amount of money from capital markets, and you're getting it specifically to engage in some kind of activity. So Unity to make a 3D engine and all of the things associated with the products that you'll make from a 3D engine, multiplayer services and advertising and so on and so forth. And so the value of the company goes up by the amount of money that came in because they now have a bunch of cash in the bank account. That cash is going to be used to either buy capital, machines that will do its thing. So if you're running a textile mill, maybe you get a better loom or something, or basically the stuff that you need to do the business. But big marketing campaign, whatever it is. Let's say you're a modern pharmaceutical manufacturer, and so you want to tool up to be able to do mRNA vaccines now. That's definitely the sort of thing that you would want to get a lot of money to be able to do. So again, because you are investing in the business, and ideally you are good at running your business, and so this is bringing back money, the value of the company goes up because you're able to execute on your strategy. Those investments are going to wind up producing profits, and the ownership stake has given either a claim on those profits. What tends to happen, at least for younger companies, those profits are reinvested into the business so that they can do additional expansion and make even more in the future. So for instance, Amazon's share price, the total value of the company, has been going up quite steadily, but the company has never paid a dividend to its shareholders. But of course, the fact that Amazon's been using its money to expand has basically said that at the point that that money does start coming back to shareholders, there's going to be more money to come from. And so as a result, an expectation that at some point in the future the company will be paying out, the value of the business keeps going up. So, again, in that case, it's fair to say that the interests of shareholders and the business are aligned. Now, Valiant Cheese raises a good point, so it's probably worth giving some small attention to the company's ability to not exploit its worker and not contribute negatively to the state of the world. And this is there's some, there's a few big financial figures that have sort of been talking about trying to get back to a focus on stakeholders. It is fair to say, one thing that has been happening lately is there's a lot of workforces that, particularly highly skilled workforces, that have just been saying that they will decline to continue working for their employer if certain things happen. So, some tech companies saying that they don't want to work on military applications. I actually think that's a real shame. But that's probably a conversation for another time. There are some companies which make employees sort of shareholders in that, but that's not necessarily going to prevent exploitation. Ideally, you would think that the ability to attract and retain the best talent would mean that those workers are not being mistreated, but clearly that happens. How does that sort of thing, companies not paying dividends, end up shaking out when antitrust regulation impacts the company's size and ability to grow? Well, the most direct answer I can give to that is chances are the company's share price goes down, and the people who bought that's new information about the prospects of the company. And so it's almost certain that there would be people who'd sort of bought at that peak who would wind up losing quite a bit of money, because if you are, I'll put it to you this, let's just assume the most evil company in the world that pollutes there's no tomorrow and, exploits its workers and is a monopolist and just grinds every competitor into powder. The risk that you take on by buying the shares of that company is that party's not going to be lasting forever. And so if the government comes in and says, knock that out, the company is simply not going to be worth as much as the expectations of the party continuing forever. But yeah, there is a question, obviously, capital markets are somewhat silent on the treatment of workers. it is fair to say that a company like Costco is still able to treat its workers very well. And they're a publicly traded company. They're not a cooperative. Although I think they have a nickname on Wall Street as like the, what is it, the world's largest co-op or something like that. So I don't necessarily think that being a publicly traded company necessarily means that you ignore your employees. But on the other hand, I'm not going to make an argument that being publicly traded has an enforcement mechanism to make sure that you treat your employees well. Then again, I also don't necessarily think private companies have really good mechanisms to ensure the proper treatment of their workers either. Thinking industrial concepts works because, by the way, Kodiak may be better studied on some of this stuff than I am, so you can also ask them questions. Thinking industrial concepts works because reinvestment and yeah, absolutely true. Yeah. Actually, this is maybe a good point. Is that when people talk about publicly traded companies wanting to maximize profits, like my answer to that all the time is like, what, as opposed to privately owned businesses? Like everybody's trying to maximize their profits. Like that's kind of how the whole thing works. Anyway, sorry. Thinking industrial concepts works because reinvestment in the business is what the stock market is based on. But if the goal of the company is concentrated in raising its stock price at its end, is the end all be all, it just creates a bubble. Well, I mean, again, the bubble will only work if the people who are buying the stock think that so yeah, like if you're going to be pushing the value, like the thing is that for it to become a bubble, the people buying in actually need to think that they are going to be realizing the value that they think when they see it. So you can have the most optimistic board in the world, and they can say the only thing we're ever going to do is raise the share price. And there's financial engineering you can do to raise a share price. Like you can buy back shares. The thing is that if your stock is overpriced and you buy back shares, you're sort of destroying value. If your stock is undervalued and you buy back shares, you're actually doing probably a pretty good thing with investors' money. Because obviously if the share price is lower than what you think you're going to be able to get as a return in terms of reinvesting in the business, it makes sense to either buy it in the terms of a share buyback, or to give the money out as a dividend and let the shareholders decide what they want to do with the money. But I'm not so convinced that an undue consideration of a share price would necessarily result in a bubble for the company. Because in the end, it's ultimately the people who are buying that would create the bubble. On the other hand, I will definitely say that there is a lot of very bad corporate behavior that comes as a result of focusing too much on quarterly share prices, because obviously it's a little bit like governments, right? If a government is only focusing on the next 4 years because that's when the election cycle is, it may mean that there are longer term considerations that are not addressed because it's not expedient to deal with them in those time frames. So short-term thinking is definitely a problem, and ultimately it is sort of up to the people who are decision makers to, well, it's kind of twofold. One, the people who are in decision-making roles need to demonstrate the vision. There is sort of a saying that companies sort of will attract the shareholders that they earn. So if you get a bunch of very short-sighted shareholders who want to see, a very consistent set of results every quarter, the company is going to think that way, and it will probably not do very well in the long run because it is very focused on short-term thinking. And companies with a longer-term view are, in the long run going to see, all things being equal, see greater appreciation in value because they're making smarter decisions, long-term decisions. But it's one that may be realized over a longer period of time. I don't know. I think capitalism does okay for necessities as well. I mean, I don't want to go too Cold War on it, but it's, you know, there's the famous anecdotes of, you know, Soviet dignitaries visiting the U.S. and seeing the grocery stores compared to what they did. Oh, sorry, there's more here. If you're buying back a controlling interest in yourself, that's not necessarily destroying value if that controlling interest is a value to you. Well, I mean, there's... kind of... Doesn't it, like, if you're just buying back the shares, though, like, isn't the ownership just the same? Like, you're just removing the number of shares in the... out in the open, or am I missing something? Yeah, but I mean, I would. The only thing that I could say, Tillman, in that case, is that strikes me as just a business being run poorly, as opposed to it being a problem with capital markets. Like, clearly, by virtue of the fact that companies have gone bankrupt, like public companies have gone bankrupt, not every company that's been able to access, you know, capital through the stock market has used that money well. GameStop's a perfect example of it. Like, it used to be on top of you know, on top of its industry, and they just continue to burn money on really bad ideas. But again, like, the same thing can happen for a company that doesn't access money. Like, I could go to the bank. Like, again, I don't think I'm much of an entrepreneur. I've not really tested the prospect, but something tells me I wouldn't be very good at running a company. You know, I could go to the bank, and chances are, if I put some of my personal assets on the line, they'd be willing to give me a loan for a business. Because, like, there's no risk to them, right? They just take my assets if I fail. And I could, you know, I could choose a bad arbitrary measure that results in me making bad decisions, and in the end, it's not you know, by construction, I didn't have access to capital markets, but I still made a bad set of decisions, and ultimately I destroyed the value. Oh, good. I've got more people involved in the conversation. Like, actually, I think here's a really good example of this. Like, I'm kind of amazed that there are publicly traded entertainment companies. Like, I think the fact that Electronic Arts is able to regularly produce profits is kind of amazing. Because it means they are so good at making video games that, like, they can reliably, you know, they know that they're going to be able to reliably make stuff that's entertaining enough to an audience to be able to kind of come up with the projections and profits that they do. I mean, I think they're paying a dividend now. It's likewise with Disney, right? Disney, admittedly, they do a lot of things, so they also have, like, ESPN and whatnot, but they are so good at what they do that even though we consider to be, you know, creative industries to be something of a volatile and difficult industry, like, they're able to reliably produce profits on the sort of thing that we would expect to be, you know, one of the most uncertain activities that you could undertake. Obviously, there's more than just EA, but I just think EA is the best. Ugh. I wasn't sure if I'd get that dodging, but I'm really happy I did. Being profitable for some reason can be too little. When EA made profits 2 years ago, its share price dropped because it did not make as much promise as it was promising. Not even necessarily as what it was promising, because there is the revenue expectations, which are set by analysts who aren't affiliated with the company. And then there's the company's own projections. But no, I know what you're talking about. I actually think I wrote a blog about it, if it's the drop that you're saying. But again, this is the important thing, is that, like, if I was an EA shareholder and I saw that drop because of the share price, like, I would, if I had faith in the company, I would just hold on, or potentially I would buy more. If I bought more on the day that the share price dropped, I would have done very well, because a few days after that earnings release, they released Apex Legends, and it became like the biggest thing ever for a while. And all of a sudden, everybody forgot about, the quote-unquote bad quarter. So, the fact that the market reacts in a particular way doesn't necessarily, like, in the end, it's the job for the people running EA to stick to the plan. Like, their job is to execute on a strategy. EA does a set of things quite well. It does another set. It actually has a set of things it doesn't do very well, and that's one of the reasons why I think EA Play has a pretty good third-party library, and more importantly, why a program like EA Originals exists. Because I don't think EA is very good at making indie games, but I think EA Originals is a really interesting label that's produced some great games, right? Fee, It Takes Two, Sea of Solitude, A Way Out, Unravel is another example out of that. And then, of course, the ones we haven't seen yet. And one thing that I don't think people appreciate well enough is EA doesn't profit off of that program. They recoup their costs, but any profits go to the developers, which I think is a really cool thing. I was really hoping I could end that. I might have caused myself some problems. Oh, I'm not ready to heal. I almost bought the farm. Ugh. But yeah, so, like, I'll put it to you this way: like, if EA reacts to a decrease in share price by completely transforming its strategy, I think they're going to do very poorly. I agree in that. But I think it is the nature of their business to, make decisions that are sort of on 2 or 3 year time horizons. And so I also think that the people running EA understand their business well enough not to completely upend a couple of years worth of strategy in response to one quarter. Again, it just kind of comes back to a question in terms of, are competent people running the business? Actually, so funny thing to what you just wrote, Valiant Cheese. In the United States, it's actually enshrined in law that, like, the kind of the role of the taxpayer, and that can be the company or the business. I'm probably misquoting this, but like basically it is known and acknowledged that the person paying the taxes is going to try and get around as many of them as possible. And like it's not to justify tax fraud, but like the whole idea of kind of like making use of all of the tools available, i.e. the loopholes, is like a thing that is like it's the way the system is developed. Oh god, this is going to be bad. Now, I mean, there is a question as to whether or not that's a good way for the US to organize itself. But at least in that case, like there is a specific ruling, like there's a social. If you believe that the if you believe that the judiciary is representing society, which I think it is, it's a branch of government. In that case, they've sort of said they do it. I'm actually not as bothered by that as you might be, because like it's a question to me of whose job is it? And in my view, it's kind of up to the lawmakers to create a tax system that should be free of those kinds of loopholes. Yeah, well, that's just it. Like, tax fraud is a crime. Like, it's clearly that is not okay. But attempting to like minimize your tax bill is, as far as, again, like, please keep in mind, I'm talking about a country I don't live in and I don't have a lot at stake with. But I believe, as far as they're concerned, that is the system working as intended. Now again, like, that's not to justify mistreating workers at all. But, like, I mean, in the case of workers, I think there's the old saying, right? What's shocking isn't what's illegal, what's illegal, it's what's shocking is what is legal. It's, I just kind of have to fall back to the question of, is it public markets or capital markets that are creating mistreatment of workers? Because, you have Costco's, and you have Enron's. The employees at Theranos were not particularly well treated, so far as I can tell. That was privately held. I'm assuming the workers at the Koch brothers. Well, I guess there's only one of the brothers now. I'm going to assume that they probably don't have a very robust unionization effort. Or like the Irving companies in Canada, right? Like, there is a lot that is rather concerning about the level of political influence that those companies have. But they're privately held. Like it's not the it's not the whole share price thing that's the source of those worries. So I'm gonna catch up with chat again. Yeah, I was talking about tax-exempt lobbying through charitable giving to congressional districts. I do know a thing or two about political economy, so lobbying and whatnot as well. Actually, I think lobbying can give you useful information. I think the problem is that a lot of conversations about lobbying don't differentiate between lobbying and corruption. So, like, obviously, if somebody gives a politician an envelope full of money and they, you know, it's like, we'll pay you $20 million if you vote this way, there are laws against that. It's alright, just trying to not die. But obviously lobbying in the sense of, you know, people working in an industry are going to have a very good understanding of the conditions on the ground. Clearly they're going to report things in a self-interested way. But whoever's listening can adjust their, you know, expectation, or basically they can acknowledge the fact that it's going to be presented in a self-interested way. And you can still increase the amount of information that you have about the economy. Okay, so, you know, for the same reason that, you know, I'm sure people of a more, let's say, conservative bent, don't like the fact that unions lobby governments. You know, if you're of a particular political persuasion, the problem isn't lobbying from private enterprise, but rather unions. Yeah, so I mean, like, it's kind of hard for me to see anybody being for corruption other than maybe the people who are corrupt. And, you know, I will admit, like, I'm not crazy about, you know, the United States decisions like Citizens United. But I'll be honest with you. Like, I don't think businesses should be completely cut out of the political process either. Like, Canada used to have a pretty good system that, unfortunately, the government got rid of this, but there was basically a subsidy that political parties would get based on the number of votes that they got. So, like, let's say that you were... so here's a great example. Like, the Green Party doesn't really... Green Party doesn't necessarily do very well in elections. Like, especially because we're, you know, it's Westminster systems, first past the post. You know, if you don't get the most votes in your riding, you don't get the seat. And let's face it, the support for the Green Party is going to be pretty diffuse across the country. So what our old system used to do, in addition to the donations that would be happening, there would be a subsidy based on sort of the number of votes that your party got in the last election. And so if you are in this kind of situation like the Greens, and if it's really a question of you just don't quite have, you know, like, you have support in the country, but not enough to sort of be able to have a say in the legislature, then the, you know, that subsidy would help you. And then theoretically you would grow in the next election as your, the money allows you to sort of do more campaigning. Now, the thing about the Greens are that they've actually been given a lot of exceptions. There have been special rules made to allow them to participate in the debates when other parties, which would sort of meet the same requirements as the Greens, weren't. There was a case where the Liberal Party actually did not run a national slate of candidates so that the Green Party leader would have a better chance in her riding. And the fact of the matter is that as much as the Greens, and again, like, I have voted Green previously in an election, so it does kind of pay me to say this, but like, the whole argument they've made about if only the system weren't stacked against us, if only we had the same, access that the other parties do, like, the breakthrough just hasn't really been realized. And what we then kind of hear is that, well, it's actually, electoral reform that's required. It's like, okay, so yes, I agree that if you change the rules, your party will probably do better in elections, but this is very different from, this is a little bit different from we just want to be able to participate in the debates and then people would vote for us. Like, I have more friends that want to see electoral reform than don't in Canada, so I might just be a bit of a stick in the mud about Canadian electoral reform, but I've found it very hard for anyone to give an argument for electoral reform that basically doesn't boil down to my party will do better under it. And I don't really think that's a solid basis to change the election rules. And sorry, I know I'm ignoring chat, but I'm trying to be a little more serious on this run because I'm starting to really run out of steam. Oof. Like, the fact that I haven't even made it to the second half of the Pantheon for a while is kind of concerning to me. Cool. Okay. You think 100% think businesses would be unable to influence political processes? It would also be nice if lobbying just didn't involve money. I mean, not all lobbying does involve money. Yeah, but that's just it until a minute. Like, that's what lobbying is. That is letting their opinions be heard. Like, lobbying does not necessarily mean, like, spending money to, it doesn't just mean, like, spending money to get the laws that you want passed. Obviously, like, again, I would be completely reckless to say that there is not, hey, well, actually, so this is a website that'd be used if you're interested in U.S. politics and want to track this stuff. There is an organization called the Center for Responsive Politics, which which has it keeps track in terms of who is donating to which political party. So actually, let me give you an example here. what's going on here. Sorry, I'm just trying to get the... Okay, so, like, taking a look at Center for Responsive Politics, I've got... So, I'll give you, like, let's say the top 10 for these. So, first one I got here is top contributors, federal election cycle for Bernie Sanders 2020. So, Alphabet, University of California, Amazon.com, Apple Incorporated, U.S. Postal Service, Microsoft Corp., City of New York, Kaiser Permanent, AT&T, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and U.S. Army. And then for Ted Cruz, which admittedly is a Senate race, it's a little bit different, but Senate Conservatives Fund, Club for Growth, Wood Forest National Bank, Norpac, Lockheed Martin, Sullivan and Cromwell, Stuart Tile, Guarantee, Delta Airlines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, Goldman Sachs, and BNSF Railway. So, obviously, if you were to say, you know, we should remove political parties, or we should remove companies from any participation in the electoral process. So does this extend to the University of California? Or, you know, or what about the Club for Growth? And if we say, okay, no business is being involved, is it possible that the Club for Growth is all of a sudden going to see a very large number of donations, which will then, of course, be given to certain candidates? You know, it's a tricky one, right? Because in the end, businesses do have something of a stake in terms of the laws that get passed, and I do think that there's a reasonable claim to be made that they shouldn't be shut out of the process. And that probably the more useful conversation is more about to what extent they should be involved, rather than whether or not they should be shut out entirely. And again, in the United States, this has been made very difficult because it's kind of the Wild West. It sort of seems like everything can go out. No problem, Goyek, Samurai. Again, I'm hoping I didn't fall too far into the realm of spouting my mouth off on countries that I don't have any stake in. Yeah, no, Amazon definitely paid Sanders money. I mean, there's also a big thing about Sanders and the gun issue. But yeah, like, that's the biggest thing here, is that it's like, when you focus on one particular set of problems, it's really easy to say, it's like, oh yeah, well, obviously if we just got the businesses out, then everything would be fixed. But obviously the people, like, this isn't even really the lobbying that we were talking about. This is just purely political contributions, which, again, if you guys are interested in this topic, I strongly recommend checking out the Center for Responsive Politics, because you get to find some really cool stuff, like Amazon for Sanders, for instance. Crumbs. I wish I didn't spend the whole start running away from them, but... Ugh. I need to remember there's no way for me to outrun this guy. Ugh. I always get annoyed when it doesn't quite detect the turn on time. Alright, that was not a bad run on it. Oops. Drat. So this might run away from me, but I think we can get this back under control. Nuts. I'm trying to keep on top of my health because if one bad batch and I'm in a lot of trouble. Especially if I get caught in the water. The water is like a dead zone on this one. It's a Nozick. Alright, let's see if we can take the lessons from the Bros vessel again. Oh, okay. I can still fix it. Rat. Oof. Oh, I got very lucky on some of those. Ah, it's frustrating. Oh, good lord. So I'm playing a little too passively for this fight. Ah, well. Alright. Yeah, the biggest problem with the water actually is just it makes me a perfect target for those flukes. Alright, that was much better than the previous times, but honestly it's been 7 hours, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I probably should have wrapped this up some time ago, so sorry we didn't put the Pantheon of the Artist to bed. I'm sure if I didn't spend the time, you know, I probably spent too much time yapping. But I don't know, it's nice to catch up, and I will admit it's actually been nice to be able to see some of the comments that have been coming in on some of the videos and such. So I don't know. Sometimes the stream. I mean, this week I've noticed that I've been maybe just a little bit chattier than usual, which sometimes good, sometimes not so good. But I hope you were diverted for a goodly period of time. I might try and do some more. I mean, I always want to try and do some private time on Hollow Knight, and the fact of the matter is that I'm just getting really worn down with a lot of work and a lot of different things to do. There's a lot of really great people streaming. Yeah, I did less progress than I wanted, but the fact that I was able to get to the artist in the first place is good. A lot of really great people streaming tonight, but Brian on the Rocks is streaming right now. Brian on the Rocks is a game designer at Respawn. He is one of the people who brings you the excellent Apex Legends, and he is an incredibly positive and just overall really cool guy, and I love always getting the chance to host him. If you are interested in game development, watch his stuff. He is really open about it. Different from Valiant Cheese, but still somebody who's really interesting and worth following in terms of game development. He's also another big reason why I miss Vancouver. But I think he's a great person to end the evening on. So just a reminder for what's coming up for the oncoming week. Monday will be more Stellaris. Wednesday, I am going to be presenting at the local game dev meetup, Dirty Rectangles, so there will be no stream. I will likely host the meetup if I can. Tuesday, there will still be a pre-recorded Oblivion episode. At least that's my hope. And then I will be back Friday. There will be Hollow Knight, which means that I may be missing out on the Brace Yourself game, which would likely be Industries of Titan. What I might try and do and see is if I can carve out a little bit of time on Thursday to do it. But no promises, because like I said, I've been really struggling to keep everything going. Anyways, I will not keep you from Brian for too much longer. He's a really great guy. I do hope you show him some support. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me, and I will see you all. It's twitch.tv/dirtyrectangles, but I do have your DMs, so I will be sure to share it with you when I'm ready to go live, Tillman. I probably won't be ready until like about an hour into the presentation, but I will be sure to put the info out for sure. Anyways, have fun at Brian's. See you guys later.